economic cause and the environmental consequences of the industrial revolution. So economic consequences of industrial revolution, economic consequences, the economic consequences of the industrial revolution. Okay, what was the economic consequences of the industrial revolution? The first economic consequences of the industrial revolution was, economic consequences of industrial revolution was change in production and distribution system, production and the distribution system. Okay, so change in the production and the distribution system. How change in the production and the distribution system? Example, pre-industrial era, post-industrial era. I will explain. For this point, I am explaining to you. Change in the production and distribution. Okay, how production and the distribution, there in the how the production and the how was the production and distribution in the pre-industrial era, before industrial revolution, before industrial revolution, how it was? The economy was a self-sufficient economy, self-sufficient economy. But in the post-industrial era, the economy was a profit economy. I will give you an example. For example, they produce cloth in England. They produce the cloth they produce cloth in England. But what they produce, whatever need of the English people, they produce the cloth. But after industrial revolution, many industries came up in London, Manchester, and Manchester produced enormous of cloth. So what they did with those cloths, they have exported those cloths to India. They exported the cloths to European continent. For what purpose? Profit. For the profit. So before industrial revolution, what was the need of a people? That much only produced by the each and every country. But after the industrial revolution, many industries came, so they produced goods enormously for the world consumption, not only for their own consumption. They produce goods for the neighboring countries' consumption, neighboring continental consumption, like this. So the economy was drastically changed from the self-sufficient economy to the profit economy. So production was before industrial revolution for the self-consumption only, but after industrial revolution, the production was profitable production, that is only for the purpose of profit only, that is mass production. So we can also call it as a mass production. It was a mass production. Distribution, how they distributed the cloth, what they produced within England was within England only. They never went outside England. But after the industrial revolution, the cloth which was produced there in England break the barriers, and they traveled across the ocean and came to India. That is the distribution across the world. So the production was within national level, England only, national. Distribution of national level only, almost. But after the arrival of the industries, that was the internationalization. The internationalization. The internationalization of goods. Internationalization of goods. Simply we can say globalization. Globalization. The globalization. That is the starting point of the globalization. Modern globalization. Already globalization was there. Already globalization was known to us from the ancient and medieval India. But this is a modern globalization. Only for the purpose of profit. Only for the purpose of money, they produce the goods. That is the globalization. So the point here, the economic consequences of the industrial revolution was the change in the production and distribution system. Explain this. Okay, if I explain this, before industrial revolution, the economy was only a self-sufficient economy. What was needed for the people? They produce goods only for their own consumption. But after the industrial revolution, they produce goods what was needed for the mass. Not only for their own country, neighboring country and the neighboring continent, they produce goods enormously, mass production. So the economy completely changed into a profitable economy. And in the distribution, the goods what they produced was confined within the country only. That was with the national level. But after the arrival of the industries in the industrial revolution era, the goods travel across the oceans and reach every corner of the world. That is the internationalization of goods, and that laid foundation for the modern day globalization. The modern day globalization. Okay. Okay. Next point. Emergence of modern day capitalism. That is capitalism. Modern day capitalism. You know what is mean by capitalism? Capitalism means capital. The capital. What is that capital? Capital means money or wealth. What is this concept of the capitalism? So what is the concept of the capitalism? Owner would be one person and worker would be another person. Okay, owner and worker. Owner would invest money. Owner would establish the tools. Owner would provide the infrastructure. What the worker would do? Worker only give his skill. For his skill, he was earning the money. So capital, infrastructure, resource, everything was with one person, and skilled person was another group. So that skilled person was selling his skill for making the goods. So for that, he was earning the money which is going to be provided by the capital owned person. This is the modern concept of the capitalism. That is called the capitalism, modern day of the capitalism. So the emergence of the modern day capitalism with the arrival of the industries. Okay. And then another economic consequences. Because of the industries, because of the arrival of the industries, England need more and more raw materials. What they did, they came for India and took all the cotton from India, and they took all tea and coffee from India, and they took all our wealth from India. So the exploitation, economic consequences, exploitation of colonies. You can add one more word before that, economic exploitation of colonies. They exploited the colonies. Okay, so they exploited the economic exploitation of the colonies. For example, you can write it, India was being exploited for cotton, like that. You can write examples, okay. So these are the three major important points for the economic consequences of the industrial revolution. That is, one is the economic exploitation of colonies by England and emergence of modern day capitalism, and then the change in the production and the distribution system. Okay. So that's all of the economic consequences of the industrial revolution. Now we are moving towards to the environmental consequences. Environmental consequences. What was the environmental consequences? For example, a factory is present. What this factory would do? The factory would send all its wastages to the land. What happened to the land? Land would get spoiled. Soil would get spoiled. In case if the industry is present very nearby to the water, what would happen? The industrial waste would mix with the water, and what would happen? The river water would get polluted. And if they send the industrial waste into the land, what would happen? The industrial waste get into the ground and mixed with the groundwater pollution. So water pollution, land pollution, or soil pollution? Some industries, for example, thermal industries or cement industry. What cement industries would make? The cement industries would send the industrial waste in the form of a smoke and industrial smoke into the air. So what would happen? It would pollute the atmospheric air, no clean air nearby area. So people get affected because of this one. Okay, so the first point of industrial consequences, already we know this thing, that is air pollution, okay, soil pollution, water pollution, okay, 1, 2, 3, water pollution. Clear? And one more thing. As I told you, industrial revolution started around 1740. And now we are living in the era of 2020. So it is the 18th century and this is the 21st century. So almost 1920. So 300 years approximately. So of course that is almost nearly 200 years and 220, 140, around 300 years we can approximately keep it. Around 3 centuries we have been increasing the atmospheric temperature. So every industries are sending the smoke and everything into the air, and because of this what happened? The atmospheric temperature increases. Because of the increase in the atmospheric temperature, what happened? If atmospheric temperature increases, what happened? The polar region ice started to get melt. So because of this what happened? The sea water level increases. Many islands are getting submerged. This is what we called it as a climate change. So the climate change was because of the industrial revolution. Okay. One of our friend have asked a doubt. Sir, can Indio planting in India, which spoil the fertility of the soil in India, can be considered as a part of environmental consequences of industrial revolution? Yes, we can consider that. That's what I'm saying. That is the soil pollution. Generally, I have given it as a term, but you are specifically asking it. In some areas, they have went for the terrace planting. That was also get spoiled the soil. So where the soil was get polluted. So that kind of thing was there. Specifically, you are asking, but generally, I have given it the idea. Okay. So the air pollution, the soil pollution, the water pollution, and the climate change. These were the environmental consequences of the industrial revolution. Environmental consequences of the industrial revolution. Clear? Clear? Okay, I think so. Everyone got it. Any doubt on this? We are ended with the industrial revolution. End. The industrial revolution topic is over, but it is a potential topic. Understand? It is a potential topic. Every year, keep on they're asking questions in this industrial revolution topic, either one way or in another way. Either directly they are asking or indirectly they are asking question in that. Okay, clear? Next, we move to another topic. Next, we move into the another fresh topic. That is, I told you in between. That is American Civil War. American Civil War. American Civil War. 1861 to 65. Background of American Civil War. Background of the American Civil War. Causes of American Civil War. Causes of Civil War. Causes of Civil War, we can split into political cause. Okay. Social cause, economic cause, and political cause. Okay, this is the thing. That's all. Nothing more than that. So slavery was the reason for the Civil War. I have not yet started the topic here. Wait. Why you are taking a jet plane and going directly somewhere else? Wait. So background of the American Civil War, causes of the American Civil War. This is what we are going to see. Because I told you, we have not come chronologically this topic when I start with the American Revolution. American Revolution ended in the 1784 itself, 1784. When I start this topic 1861, we are not chronologically came. Okay, that's why. After completing the German unification of 1871, we have come to this plot of the American Civil War. So now we go for the American Civil War. Okay. That's we need the map. I go for the map. Wait. தெரியலையே நம்ம ரெகுலராக இல்லை நான் கரெக்டாக தான் போயிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். chat box. Okay. Okay, coming back. Coming back. Coming back. So, in the introduction class, I told you about the age of exploration. I told you about the age of exploration where the people have come across the Atlantic Ocean and the Spanish people have colonized the South America, and they went up to the southern part of the North America where they colonized the southern part of the North America. This became the Spanish colony, I told you. And later the French have colonized the western part of the United States of America, so it became the French colony, I told you. Okay, that was the French colony. And the British have colonized the eastern coast of the United States of America, so it became the British colony. Okay, this is what I told you there in the age of exploration regarding the United States of America. Okay, then we go back once again. Once again, we go back. So what happened was, people started to migrate from the European continent and they came to settle here on the eastern coast. From Great Britain, people came and settled here on the eastern coast. From Spain, people coming across the South America and they came and settled here in the southern part of the United States of America. So people from, very simply to say, people from Europe migrated and settled here. Migrated and settled here on the United States of America. That is here in the eastern coast, southern and the western part of the United States of America. Clear? So migrated. People migrated. Understand? This is the first point. We are seeing the background only. See, background. We are seeing the background of the American Civil War. We know that in United States of America, in the United States of America, the climatic pattern is different. The climatic pattern is very different. In the northern part of the, it is very cold in the north and it is very hot in the southern part of the United States of America. In the north of United States of America, it was very cold. In the south, it was very hot. Understand? It is cold in the north and hot in the southern part of the United States of America. Okay. See, what happened here was, the southern part of the United States of America was very hard. The land was very hard to till. They cannot be able to till the soil. That is plowing. It is very hard. The soil is very hard and it was difficult to till the soil, plowing the soil. And these white peoples who migrated into the United States of America found it was very difficult. White man, they cannot be able to they cannot be able to till the soil. It was very difficult for them. So they need stronger people or strongest people to till the soil or to do the farm work, cutting down the tree, clearing the forest, and doing the farming work. They need very strong person. On this occasion, what they did was they explored the western coast of the African continent, and they found the African peoples were the strongest people. They found the physique of the African people were very strong. So they found these African peoples can able to survive here in the United States of America, even in the south of United States of America, where the climate is hot. So what the Europeans did, it was, Europeans means all people, French, British, Portuguese, Dutch, everyone. So what they did was they captured the African peoples. They captured the African peoples in the western coast of Africa, only in the western coast. They captured the African people in the western coast of the African they captured the African peoples in the western coast of the African continent, and they started to trade them to the United States of America, to the American colonies. So the slaves were exported. The slaves were exported to the American colonies. What they did, they gave slaves here in the colonies, and they brought tea, coffee, etc., in exchange of slaves. And all in exchange of slave, they got tea, coffee, cotton, sugarcane, timber, all these things, and they got it to the Europe or to the England. This is what we called it as a Atlantic trade. Atlantic slave trade. Atlantic slave trade. We called it as a Atlantic slave trade. Once again, I am repeating, I am going very slow. I am repeating. So, the American colony people in the south side felt that land is very hard to till. They cannot able to plow. So, they need stronger people to plow the land. On this occasion, they found that the African peoples can survive in any climatic condition, even in cold and hot weather and hot climate. So they captured the Africans from the western coast of the African continent, and they exported them to the American colonies. In exchange for the slaves, they got tea, coffee, all the resources in exchange of the slaves, and they export it once again to the England and then to the Europe. So the slave trade was continued from what time? When this United States of America was found, from the time onwards, the slave trade was started. For many decades, centuries, the slave trade was continued. More and more slaves were exported here, captured and exported here to the colony, particularly to the south of the United States of America, where the soil is very hard. So when the American colony was fully established, as a 13 colonies, there were more number of slaves in United States of America. There were more number of slaves, that is black people. There were more number of the black African people were present in the United States of America. So after that, what happened? The colony people started to protest against the British, and they started to fight against the British, and they won the war. That is what we called it as a American Revolution or American War of Independence, we called it. This is the background. This is the background. Already we saw the American Revolution. What was the background here? Background of the American Civil War. American Civil War. American Civil War. America. Climate. North cold, south hot. One. Second point, south, the southern part. If you write it as South America, then it is called as South America. So southern part of America. Southern part of America. Southern part of America was some American land was hard to till or plow. So what they did for this one? Slaves to United States of America. Slaves to the United States of America. That is, the black people were captured and they were exported to the America. So that is, it is not a United States of America. It is a colony only, still colony only. So we called it as a slaves to America. And this is what we called it as a Atlantic trade. That is what we called it as a Atlantic trade. That is what we called it as a Atlantic trade. Okay, that is a background. That was a background. Okay. Have you copied? Take it. I'll give 1 minute. Okay. Okay, once again, going back here to the map. Now what happened? Now this United States, now we are in 1784. Now we are in 1784, United States of America, the 13 colonies got its independence, the 13 American colonies, and these were the 13 American colonies here. And the 13 American colonies. All these 13 American colonies got its independence. And now, United States of America have scope for moving towards the west. Because it got independence, lot of land was available here, but the problem here was Native American peoples was natives of America. Natives of America was present here, and this was belong to the Native American. This land was belong to the Native Americans, and here the land belonged to the France, and this land belonged to the Spain. This land belonged to the Spain. The southern part belonged to the Spain, and this land belonged to the France here. And now United States has 13 American colonies have the scope of moving towards to the west. Okay, now I never told anything about the natives of the American people. The natives of the American people were called as Red Indians. The Red Indians or natives of America. Natives of America, or they called it as Indians. Indians were also called, the American peoples, native peoples were also called as Indians. They called it as Indians. Okay. What these European people did it when they migrated there was, when the European peoples migrated to the United States of America and they established colony here, British here, French here, and the Spain here, slowly, they started to kill all the Native American people. They started to kill all the Native American people. Only few Native American people were left when the 13 colonies got independence from the British. So it was very easy for the American colony people to push those Native American peoples to one corner. They have because the Native American peoples have no scope to present in the political system, and they cannot raise voice, no one to support for them, and automatically their voice was not concerned. Automatically there was no one to support for them, and they have to live a meager life there, like our tribal peoples of India. Okay, understand the tribal peoples of India. What was the position of the tribal peoples of India? Same like was the tribal peoples of the United States of America, but the population was enormous. The Red Indian population was enormous population, but these Europeans have killed almost all the Native American people. Half of the Native American people were died because of various diseases. When these Europeans migrated here, they brought the diseases along with them. Tuberculosis, the tuberculosis, chickenpox, measles, malaria, cholera, typhoid, yellow fever. Like this, lot of fever were carried by the European peoples to the United States of America when it was explored. We know that the tribal people don't have such kind of immune system. Their immunity is very, very less. When these people landed there, automatically the diseases were caught with those tribal people, and half of the people were died because of various diseases. Cluster of European disease, we called it as cluster of European disease were died because of this one, and only few people were left, and these few people were also killed by these migrated Europeans for the greedy of the land. For the land and resources, they were all killed. Only few were left, and it was very easy for them to control this few handful of people. And now, so it was no matter for the colony people to control these native peoples of America. Okay, that it was in 1784. Later, years was rolling down. 1784, 1804, 1804. Okay, in between that, I forgot to say one thing. Okay, in between that, what happened in 1789? 1789, the United 13 American colonies, framed a constitution. That is, the United States of American Constitution came into force. Constitution came into force. Like we got independence in 1947, but our constitution came into force only in 1950. Like that, the United States of America got independence. 1784 is independence, and they have formed a constitution in 1789. That is, US Constitution came into force in 1789. Okay, and years was rolling down. 1804, in France. Understand, this land belonged to France. In France, by this time of 1804, who was ruling France by the time of 1804? Who was ruling France by the time of 1804? Who was there in France by the time of 1804? Louis XIV. Who said Louis XIV? 1804. Napoleon. Very good. Napoleon. Very good. And now, what Napoleon did it was, Napoleon faced the difficulty problem, financial difficulty there in France. And he need huge money to defeat the British. He need lot of money to defeat the British. What he did was, he sold the land to the United States of American government, the land which was present there in the United States of America. So he asked the United States of American government, do you want the land which is present on the western side of you? Because I am facing some financial difficulty. I need money. Are you willing to buy the land? He asked the United States of American government. America also wanted that land because the population here in the colony is expanding so much. So the United States of America is expanding towards the western side, and United States of America, which was willing to buy the land, immediately it said okay to the Napoleon, and Napoleon sell this land to the United States of American government. So this land where the land belonged to the France was given to the United States of American government, and now Napoleon sell the land to the United States of America. Okay, now the United States of America expanded towards the west. Okay, now I tell you. Now, what the problem here was, United States of America from 1804 till 1850, it was fastly like that, buying the land from the Spain here in the southern part, and buying the land from the France here in the western part, and it was expanding towards the northern side and to the western side. So all the land it brought was on the western side, and from the southern side, from the Spanish and then from the French, and it was expanding. And now United States of America was fully expanded to the west and then to the east. Okay, but the problem here was, I told you United States of America, it was the imaginary. That it was very cold and it was very hot in the southern part of United States of America. And here only the land is very hard to tell. Many of the slaves is present here. Of course, many slaves were present here, and few slaves were present here. So it literally, which one? Climate. The climate literally divided United States of America into north and south. Understand, it is only an imaginary climatic factor which is dividing United States of America into two, north and south. Understand? North and south. What is north? What is south? South is land. South had lot of land. And north, what is north? See, north is connected with many coast. North is plain region. What happened here was, in the south, land, because of the land, agriculture and other resources were present. Automatically in the north, what happened was, many industries were established. Industries were established. So, how United States of America was divided? North and south by means of climate, where north is cold and south is hot. And how it divided? South was naturally a landed area where more number of slaves is present for working on the land and farming activity. Even in the north, slaves are present, but it was very less number of slaves. And because of the land where they needed more working population, that's why more slaves were present, because it was a landed in nature. And in the north, the plain region where many industries were established. And here, many industries were established. So, the agricultural resources were supplied to the north of industries from the south. The agricultural resources, for example, cotton industries in the north means the cotton resources would be supplied from the south to the north. And then the tea would be supplied from the south to the north, tea industry. And sugarcane, from the sugarcane field from the south, and it would send to the north sugar factory. So this is how both the north and compatibly present. South supply the agricultural resources to the north, but for the southern people, they definitely needed black people to work on the land. That was for the slaves. But for the industries, they don't need any slaves, because for the industry, people only need skill. Whether he is a black, he is a white, whoever it may be, they need only skill. So the industries of the north don't need any slave. Understand? South needed slaves, north needed no slaves. So this is how United States of America divided. That is called we called it as a northern states are anti-slavery states. Anti-slavery states. And the south are pro-slavery. Pro-slavery states. Understand? Because they needed slaves to work on the land, they don't need a slave. So that's why north is anti-slavery state and the south is the pro-slavery state. I write here, you can understand it. I write here, you can understand it. So in the backdrop, in the background, north anti-slavery. States. South pro-slavery. Pro-slavery states. That is supporter of slave. Supporter of slaves. That is oppose slaves. Oppose slaves. Okay. So north is opposing slaves and south is supporting the slaves. Okay. Just understand. Okay. Once again, coming back. Okay. Take it. If you want, write it. Half a minute time I will give you. Okay. Coming back here. Okay. And what happened? Initially, there were 13 colonies. I told you. Initially, there were 13 colonies. Once the United States of America expanded here to the western side, almost it got all the 13 colonies, and these 13 colonies were colonies when they were under British. Once they got independence, they called it as 13 states. 13 states. Later, these 13 states were in 1784. When they expanded till 1850, expanded towards the western side, and it got 50 states. 50 states, almost 50 states was there. Okay, one by one, the land purchased and make it as a state and included. And they got like this. They got it from Spain and made it as a state. So they got 50 states. Almost the United States of America become all these states were united states. The states were united of America. The states were united in the America, so that's why it was called as United States of America. So the 15 states was there, but these 15 states were not equal. Why? I told you northern states were anti-slavery. Southern states were pro-slavery. I told you. So these 15 states were divided. Okay, the 15 states were divided. So the point here is states were divided on the question of slavery. On the question of slavery. Okay. So the states were divided on the question of slavery, whether to have slaves or not to have slaves. This is the debatable question in United States of America for very long period of time. Even though they had a constitution, in that constitution slavery was in that they are nothing speak about slavery in the constitution. That was a problem there. Okay, I will tell you that. Okay, so this was the background. So the background till 1850 was this one. Okay, now we are going to the causes. Understand about the background? Anyone having any doubt regarding the background? Anyone having any doubt regarding the background? So we have ended with the background. Sir, is there is any significant in the states of United being democratic as a straight line? They are marked as per the purchasement. They purchase the land according to that, and they mark the state's boundary like according to that. A quick review. Who is that? A quick review. Wanted a quick review. Okay. So the American climatic pattern divided United States of America into north and south. North is very cold and the south is very hot. And because of that, the south where the land is very hard to till, they need the extra strength to plowing the land. So on this occasion, they have captured the African peoples on the western coast and traded them to the United States of America as a slaves. That is what happened. So that we called it as a Atlantic trade. Okay. So in the north, so when the states were expanding towards the western side and from the southern side, it grew into more number of states. Almost it reached the count of 50 states. But these states were not equal, and these states were divided between whether to have the slavery or not slavery, because northern states were the industrial oriented, where more number of industries were present. Southern states where agricultural land is present, so southern states were needed land where they needed slavery. So north is industrial and the south is landed in nature. So that is how this was formed. But they were divided on the question of whether to have slavery or not. This is a burning debatable question in United States of America since independence till 1850. Okay, that is what. Sir, all French colonies were brought by United States of America. Almost only that area, what I told you, Louisiana, we called it as. That is what the area held by the French. That Louisiana is purchased by the United States of America. That is the only thing. When they declared them as United States, all the 13 states gathered together and they united by means of states. That's why they called it as United States. In when the Constitution came into force 1789, they called it as United States. Okay. So what is the causes? Now we come to the causes. First we see the social cause. For the social cause, I told you, north is a anti-slavery, south is a slavery state. And what the northern people asked a question was, see, as per Christianity, keeping of slaves is considered to be as a sin. So Christianity opposes slavery. Northern people asking the southern people, see, as per Christianity, you are keeping slaves. It is a sin one. Don't keep slaves. Give freedom to the slaves. Northern people compelling the southern peoples to give independence for the slaves what they were keeping on. So socially it is slavery is considered to be a sin. Slavery is considered to be as sin because of as per religious nature. socially. Okay, socially, those people were with black color of skin, and they were called as black, and they never treated in equal part, and these Europeans were white in color, so automatically black and white, and because of this black and white skin color, emergence of racism, superior, and another one is beneath them, weaker, superior, weaker, or superior, below. Who is superior here? White is superior and black people are considered as inferior to them, so they were inferior, and the white is superior and inferior. That leads to the racism. Social cause of the American Civil War was the social cause. One is the religious factor, where practicing or keeping slave is considered to be a sin. Second one, emergence of racism, where white people considered them as a superior and the black people were considered to be as a inferior, social cause. This is a social cause. Okay. Economic cause. What was the economic cause? See here, I once again show you the map. This is the south and this is the north. This is the north. What I told you, south was supplying resources to the north, and what happened here was the south is dominating over the north. It thought north thought south is dominating. I will give you an example to you. You can be able to understand it. See here, Northeast Industries. Industrial owner. Below them, 100 worker. 1,000 rupees is earned by the owner. He give 60 rupees as wages, 40 rupees as 600 rupees as wages, 400 rupees as profit. Of course, he is earning a profit. Example only I am saying, understand. The 1,000 rupees is splitted by industrial owner as 600 rupees as wages and 400 rupees as a profit. That is in the case of north. South, 1,000 rupees earning by a landowner. Whether he is giving anything to the slave people, nothing. So all the 1,000 rupees is profited by him only. Who? The south landowner only. In the south. So economically we called it as resource. Inequality in resource distribution. Inequality in the resource distribution. That is what. So write the point here. Economically inequality in resource distribution. I told you, resource distribution means money, all the thing. Okay. Second point, south dominate the north. How? In terms of supply of raw materials. in supply of raw materials. So the South dominate the North by supply of raw materials to the north of the industries, north of industries. Economic cause. Northern states thought that the South is dominating us. Understand? First one, inequality in resource distribution, as I told you. Second, South dominates the North in terms of supply of raw materials. Clear? Clear, understand? Clear? Yes, okay, very good. Very good. Political cause. Political cause. What was a political cause? I told you 50 states approximately 50 states. In this 50 states, majority of the states was anti-slavery, and less number for pro-slavery. So what it happened? It happened an unequal in the political system. Of United States of America. In the political system of United States of America. For example, there is a presidential election. Example, understand, a presidential election. In the presidential election, if the president can able to get the majority from the anti-slavery state, he can become a president. Whether he want to get the whether he want to get the support of the pro-slavery states or not, if he get the support from the majority of the anti-slavery states, then he can able to become the president. What the fear of the pro-slavery states, southern states, was, if any president come with the idea of abolition of slavery, that would be danger for the southern states, they thought. Actually, this was happened in 1859. New presidential election. So, in 1859, there was a presidential election. In the presidential election, the northern states have chosen a man who, during his entire lifetime, for abolition of slavery. And that man chosen by the northern states was the man which was chosen by the northern states, chosen a man who was for the American president candidate was Abraham Lincoln. And the party which he belongs to, the northern states formed, was Republican Party. Republican Party. The southern states, Douglas as a presidential candidate, Democratic Party. There was another party, but we don't want that one. So, in the presidential election of 1859, Abraham Lincoln, Nelson, who said that it is Nelson Mandela? One more person has have typed it as in the chat, Nelson Mandela. No. It is not Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela belongs to South Africa. It is a different story. I will tell you that story later while I come to South Africa. Okay. Now we are in United States of America. Don't travel to South Africa. You please be there in America. Okay. Don't take a flight and don't take a flight and go to South Africa. You please be there in United States of America. Lincoln, yes, very good. Now, so northern states, Abraham Lincoln, with the party of Republican Party, southern states with the Douglas with the Democratic Party. Now they are contesting for the so when Abraham Lincoln was made as a presidential candidate for the northern states, and it was a pro anti-slavery states, understand, anti-slavery, and southern states pro-slavery, and this pro-slavery states got fear. Definitely, if Abraham Lincoln became president, he would abolish slavery. They got feared. Their fear became reality. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln became the president. Abraham Lincoln became the president. The southern states, what they thought was, it is no longer wish to be there in the United States of American states. We break away from the Union. Immediately, when Abraham Lincoln became the president of United States of America, what the southern states did was, the southern states breaked away from Union, and they formed separate Confederate. It was called as Confederation of States. Confederation of States. Almost 6 or 7 states. Almost exactly, I don't know. It's a very factual. You check with the factual one. 6 or 7 states, I think so. The 6 or 7 states became the Confederation of States. The Confederation. What was this Confederation of States? This Confederation of States is nothing but the pro-slavery state. What it did, it break away from the Union. For example to say, in India, that should not happen. Example only I am saying. Don't take it as a serious one. For example only I am saying. For in India, if some of the southern state is not accepting with the central government, what they are doing means Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, breaking away from the Union, and they form a separate confederate. Think it up like that. I am saying only as an example. Don't take it as a serious one. Okay. So, the southern states break away from the Union and form a separate confederate. Like that, the southern states are break away from the Union government of the United States of America, that is a federal government. From the federal, they break away from the Union and they formed a separate confederate. And that confederate is the Confederation of States. You check with the fact how many states. I think so 6 or 7, not more than 8, I think so. Not more than 8. 6 to 8 states were there which break away from the Union. So they were called the pro-slavery state. How states can break away from the Union? What Abraham Lincoln did was, Abraham Lincoln sent the army to push and pull the Confederate states to join with the Union. He told that it is illegal. You cannot break away from the Union. It is unconstitutional. You are doing against the Constitution. Who? Abraham Lincoln told to the Confederate state, you are doing illegal. You are doing unconstitutional. It is not possible. You cannot break away. So, Abraham Lincoln sent army to organize the states once again to join with the Union government. And this situation where Abraham Lincoln Union government send army to the southern states leads to the American Civil War. That is American Civil War. Okay? American Civil War. The Civil War was fought 1861 to 1865. That is not much to say. That is a political cause, social cause, economic cause, and that was a background. And now the Civil War started. Between whom and whom? Federal government Okay, I write here. Wait, I write here. Civil War. Civil War 1861 to 1865. That is federal government. Federal government. Federal government is represented by whom? Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln. And another one was what? Confederation of States. The Confederation of States. And this federal government was what? Anti-slavery state. And Confederation of pro-slavery state. And in the Confederation of State, there was also one president. Those confederation, 7 or 8 states, I think so. And they announced a president of its own, Jefferson Davis. Jefferson Davis. He was a president for the Confederation of State for a short period of time. There were 2 presidents in the United States of America between 1881 to 1865. This is what we called it as a Civil War confusion, Civil War confusion, Civil War chaos in United States of America. So, United States of America, each Americans killing each other. South American, the South, they were each killing with each other. For 4 years, they fought with each other. Almost in 1865, in 4 years, they were killing each other. Enormous amount of resources were wasted. Enormous amount of the resources were wasted. At last, what happened was the federal government, Abraham Lincoln, won the war, and the Confederation of State, Jefferson Davis people was defeated. And it was defeated. And that was the end of the American Civil War. And that was the end of the American Civil War. In the end of the Civil War, what was happened? And in the end of the American Civil War slavery was completely abolished. So, slavery was abolished. So, slavery is abolished, but still racism is present. Slavery is abolished, but still racism is present. Like in our Indian context to say, untouchability is abolished as per constitution, but still it is in practice. Practically in the society, untouchability is present here and there in the rural area. Like that, constitutionally in United States of America, after American Civil War, slavery abolished, but racism is still present in different way. I will tell you the racism, how they used it in different way in the subsequent period of time during First World War. I will tell you. Okay. Now that is the end of the American Civil War. That is the American Civil War. There are 11 states in the Confederation of States. Okay, thank you. There are 11 states. Thank you. 11 states in the Confederation of States. Okay, very good. So that's about the American Civil War. So I will summarize the American Civil War. I will summarize a quick review. Someone asked a quick review. Summarize the American Civil War. So the Europeans have migrated to the United States of America. And in the United States of America, the north is somewhat cold and the south is somewhat very hot. The American people, the European people found it difficult to tilling the southern part of the United States of America. So what they did was they captured the Africans from the western coast of Africa and they traded as slaves to the south, where they worked on land and farming activity. And by this time, United States of American colony people fought against the British and they won independence from the British. Now the 13 colonies became independent. And after 1784, in 1789, they have formed a constitution. The 13 colonies became states and it became united. So they called us United States of America. But when in the United States of America, the states is expanding towards the west. While they were expanding towards the west, they purchased land from the France and from the Spain, and they have fastly expanded towards the western side, and they reached west till 1850, but with a lot of problem. What was the problem? The problem was northern states were industrial oriented, they don't want slave, but south states were slave states, where they wanted slave to work on the land, where land is considered to be the primary source of income to the people. So it is divided as pro-slavery and anti-slavery. So it created a lot of causes, economic costs, inequality in the distribution of resources. Socially, practicing or keeping of slave is considered to be as a sin. Politically, states were divided as slavery states, anti-slavery states, and it reflected in the form of a 1859 presidential election. Northern states announced their candidate Abraham Lincoln, who was against slaves. Southern states announced Douglas as a candidate who is considered for the pro-slavery. When in the presidential result came, Abraham Lincoln won the election. Immediately in the south, the southern states, which is considered pro-slavery states, 11 states, break away from the federal government of Union, and they formed a confederate. That we called it as a confederation. Confederation of states. So that is a civil war. The civil war started in 1861, ended in 1865. It ended with the abolition of slavery. But still racism is practiced. That is the civil war. Background, causes, and then the civil war course. Clear? Sir, who purchased slaves from western coast of Africa? See, there are many companies. East India Company did slavery. French East India Company did slavery. British East India Company did slavery. Dutch East India Company did its slavery. So Portuguese East India Company did its slavery. All the European companies, it was a profitable trade. So they did it trade. Okay, so European companies are engaged in the slave trade. All European companies, Portuguese company, Dutch company, French company, and the British company, all were engaged in the trade. Okay. What was the political consequences slide, sir? Political consequences slide. Which political? Sir, this is a Confederation of States 11 or 7. In Britannica, it is website, but 11. In Britannica website, it is 11, but in Wikipedia, it is 7. I think so. It is only 7 or 8, not Britannica. Not that much is not there. Okay. Okay. Can you show me the previous slide? Which one? Which one? Which slide? Which exactly? If you say, then I can able to show the slide. Previous slide means this one. Political consequences. Okay. This one. Take it. Even before that, political consequences, even before that. Oh my God. How did development of industry started in America, sir? That is not our syllabus area. Americans slowly got this industrial ideas from the Great Britain, because they were the colonies of Great Britain. No. So they got their industrial idea from the Great Britain, and slowly later period many industries came up in United States of America, because many of these people are migrated from Europe and British only. So the industrial development took place in United States of America later period. Did slaves get equal rights after abolition of slavery? Constitutionally, yes, but in practice treatment was different. That's what I example told you. That is what untouchability in the case of India. Untouchability in India constitutionally abolished equal rights, but in practice that was not the case. Like that, constitutionally slavery was abolished there in United States of America. In practice and in practical, there were racism present there. Okay. Now we are moving to a new topic that is called imperialism and colonization. Okay, concept or meaning, concept or meaning. Okay, wait. You draw the timeline. First one, timeline. Concept or meaning, factors responsible. Okay, imperialism and colonization. Imperialism and colonization in South America, Africa, West Asia. Okay, you can write like this. Asia. Asia is split West Asia, India, China, Southeast Asia. So imperialism and colonization in South America, Africa, Asia. In Asia, West Asia, India, China, Southeast Asia. Was deindustrialization not followed in America, sir? Was deindustrialization not followed in America, sir, like in India? No, because United States, the 13 colonies got independence. Why there is deindustrialization? As long as a colony, only that is going to be deindustrialization. So it is not a colony after independence. So why there is deindustrialization? Deindustrialization means negative. Industrialization means positive. So after independence, it is only positive thing, industrialization. 3 minutes break. Okay, we can have a break. Someone is asking a break. So we can have a break. Now it is 3:45. We start after 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, can we start? Yes, timeline. The timeline of imperialism and colonization. What is a timeline? From 16th century, till 1914 to 1919 of First World War, until 1945. Okay, you write it different way. 1945, Second World War, till date. This we called it as, from this imperialism and colonization. Till Second World War. After Second World War, till date, we called this as neo-imperialism. Or neo-colonization. Till date. Understand? The timeline, 16th century, till First World War, till Second World War, end of Second World War, imperialism and colonization. From Second World War till date, we call this as neo-imperialism, neo-colonization. Can we go to the next slide? I think so. We can go for the next slide. Fast in writing. Fast. Yes, I can go for the next slide. Okay. Next we go for the concept. Meaning. What is a concept? What is the meaning of the imperialism? Understand? Understand? When a stronger country strong, weak. When a stronger country dominates, when a stronger country, this is country, weaker country. Okay, so when a stronger country dominates a weaker country, then it is called as imperialism. Then it is called as imperialism. I say once again, when a stronger country dominates, domination for what? Political domination, social domination, economic domination. Okay, so political domination, economic domination, social domination, and economic domination. So when a stronger country politically dominates a weaker country, when a stronger country socially dominates a weaker country, when a stronger country economically dominates a weaker country, then it is called as imperialism. Then it is called as imperialism. Another thing, when an industrially advanced backward country when an industrially advanced country dominates a backward country, then it is called as imperialism. Understand? When a industrially advanced country dominates a industrially backward country, then it is called as imperialism. Instead of dominates, influence also we can use. Influence. Influence also we can use. Industrially advanced country influence over a backward country, then it is called as imperialism. Now I will give example to you. British, India. Okay, when British dominates politically India, that is called imperialism. British socially dominates India. White man, we are Dravidians, Indians, black people. So British socially, white man dominates India, a weaker country, or India socially, a black people, then it is called as imperialism. British industrialized country, economically strong, dominates India, a backward country, then it is called as imperialism. So when British industrially advanced country dominates or influence over India, which was a backward country, then it is called as imperialism. Imperialism means stronger country influence over weaker country. Industrially advanced country dominates over a backward region. Backward region means where there is no industry, like India when we were colony. So then it is called as imperialism. Then these are all the concept meaning of imperialism. Then what is colony? Okay, I will tell you. Imperialism means maybe a colony, may be a colony, may not be a colony, may not be a colony, may be a colony or may not be a colony. Example, I will tell you. Wait, I will tell you. Copied. Have you copied it? Need time? Copied? Yes. Okay, now I can go for example. Okay, 1757, 1857, India was a 1757 to 1857, India was a 1757 to 1857, India was a ruled by who? East India Company. Very good. No, India was not a colony. Independent. Who told that it is independent? Company rule only ruled India, whether we are colony or not. We are not a colony. We are not a colony. We are under British imperialism. British imperialism. 1757 to 1857, we are under British imperialism because British dominates India politically. British economically exploited India. British socially dominates India, influence India. So we are under British imperialism. But 1858 till 1947, we are colony. We are colony of British. We are colony of British. Why? Who ruled India here? British Queen. British Queen or King ruled India. So we are colony from 1858 to 1947. From this period only India was a colony. Why 1757 to 1857 India was not a colony? Between this period of time, 1757 to 1857, this period of time, India was ruled by whom? Mughals, Nizam, Maratha. Like many independence was this many small princely states was there. Okay, so in 1858 Mughals were defeated. Nizam was given princely status under British crown. Maratha was subjugated. So when imperialism means some kind of sovereign ruler must be present in that country. I will give another example to you in a more clarified way. Bengal, 1757, 1764, ruled by whom? Mir Jafar. Okay, not 1757, 1760, until 1760. And after that, Mir Qasim. We know that Mir Jafar and Mir Qasim was, we know that Bengal was ruled by whom? East India Company. Mir Jafar and Mir Qasim were the puppets in the hand of the British. But theoretically, ruler of Bengal was Mir Jafar and Mir Qasim. But practically, the ruler was East India Company. Practical ruler. Reality. But in theory, constitutionally, the ruler of Bengal was whom? Mir Jafar, Mir Qasim. But in reality, the ruler of Bengal was East India Company. Like that, India between 1757 to 1857 practically ruled by British. But in theoretically, constitutionally, sovereignty rests with whom? Sovereignty with Mughal, Bahadur Shah II, Nizam of Hyderabad, Marathas. Like that, various powers was there. But all these were defeated. Some princely states were friendly with the British and they joined under the British crown. That is British crown. 1858 to 1947, we became the colony. So difference between imperialism and colony. Imperialism and colony. Imperialism, sovereign power. Sovereign power practically or theoretically present. For example, you can write example Mir Jafar Mir Qasim no political power. No political power. No political power attached with the mother country. No political power completely attached with the mother country. This is what the difference between imperialism and colonization. Clear? Imperialism and colonization. Clear? Anyone having any doubt in the concept? Anyone having any doubt in the concept? No, no, very good, very good. Now we can go for the factors. Factors responsible for imperialism and colonization. Okay. Okay. I took the map. Okay. Okay. So we are going for the factors responsible for imperialism and colonization. One by one I am going. First point. Listen. From Portugal, this is Portugal, this is Spain, French, and from Italy. When the Europeans started to explore the Atlantic Ocean, they come across the South America and they have colonized the South America. So colonize. And they have colonized the North America. They colonize. Okay. And they have captured the slaves on the western coast of Africa. And then they come across the Indian Ocean and reached India. They colonize. And then they colonize Australia. So, which was responsible for the colonization of India, colonization of Australia, North America, and the South America? This I told you earlier, this is called as New World. Which one was responsible for colonization of the New World? African slave trade, colonization of India, and the colonization of Australia. What was the factor responsible for that? The factor that was responsible for the colonization of all these things was the first point. Age of exploration. Age of exploration or age of discovery, where they found the new sea route. In the new sea route, they found the new land. New sea route, new land, and they have established settlements and it became colony. Okay, so the first factor responsible for the imperialism and colonization was age of exploration or age of discovery, which was started in the 16th century. Okay, so second point, clear? So age of exploration or discovery responsible for imperialism and colonization. Okay. Second point. Once again we go to the map. And after that what happened? East India Company was established in 1600. We know that East India Company. French East India Company was established in around 1630. Dutch East India Company was established in 1616, around Dutch East India Company. And this was French East India Company was established around in the 1630. So European trading companies, simply I am saying European trading companies, what these European trading companies did? European trading companies came for resources to India, spices. European trading companies went for silk of China, European trading companies went for resources, tea, coffee, sugarcane, timber, cotton, jute, wheat, like these things. So what happened because of this one? First one, Portuguese eliminated from this trade. Later, Dutch was eliminated from this trade. Later, the competition was between British and France only. So it happened what? Trade war. We know that British and French fought here in India because of what? To control the trade. Blue water policy, we know that introduced by whom? Portuguese. Who removed the blue water policy? British. So the trade wars war between the European companies for what? Resources. Resources from where? India, spices, silk of China, various resources from the colonies of United States of America, various resources present in the South America. So what was responsible for the imperialism and colonization? That is the trade. Commercialization, simply to say. Commercialization of trade. That is what? Commercialization of trade. Commercialization of trade. Trade means commodities here. Here you can write it commodities and resources. Commercialization. Okay. Commercialization of trade for profit. Okay. Next one. Factor which was responsible for the commercialization of for imperialism and colonization. Next one. Okay. Next, in England around 1740, Industrial Revolution took place. So England needed raw materials for its industries. So it colonized the eastern coast of United States of America, that is for cotton. India colonized the western part of India for what? Cotton. And England colonized some parts of West Indies for what? Sugarcane. East India Company, England colonized western part of India for what? Sugarcane, Maharashtra, Pune. So, what was responsible for the industrialization and what was responsible for imperialism and colonization? Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution. Third point. Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution. Factors responsible for imperialism and colonization. Industrial Revolution is two motives. One is supplier of resources. Supplier of resources. Second one, market for the finished goods. We send our cotton to Manchester of England. In Manchester, they make it as a fine woven cloth, and they send it to India as a finished goods. India has to buy that goods. So colony acted as a both supplier of raw material and as a market for the finished goods. Market for the finished goods. So Industrial Revolution, supplier of resources and market for the finished goods. That is the another factor responsible for imperialism and colonization. Clear? Next one, we go for the map. Okay. Next one. When the Europeans found a new world, this was found by them, and modern they come for India, that is 15th century. And now Christianity found it was an opportunity to spread Christianity around the world. So the Christianity started to spread around the new world, in North America and in South America and in India and here in China and in the western coast of the African continent. Who did all these things? Not the priest and other one. It was done by the missionaries. So the factors that were responsible for imperialism and colonization is the fourth one, missionaries were responsible. Missionaries responsible for what? Spreading Christianity. Spreading Christianity. Okay. Fifth one. Nationalism. Nationalism was another factor responsible for imperialism and colonization. What? Nationalism is proud nationalism. Proud nationalism. proud nationalism. How this nationalism is considered to be as a point of imperialism and colonization. For example, to say every British felt proud of having so much of colonies. So when British have 50 colonies, France having only 10 colonies, what would happen? France go for more colonies. So it was a competition among the European countries to have so much of colonies among them. So every European men felt it was very proud to have so much of colony in their own country. So they felt it was proud to be have so much of colonies among the European countries. That leads to the colonial race. Understand? Colonial race among the European countries. You write it as colonial race. Among European countries. Proud nationalism. Every British felt it was felt that was British must have so much of colony. So because of this, British have had so much of colony. France felt it have so much of colony. So the French people were proud to become a French people. So they felt that France must have this much of colony and it must have compete with the Britain. So that leads to the competition among the European countries to have so much of colonies among them. So competition race. Sixth one. Racism. Racism was another reason for the imperialism and colonization. What this racism? White and black. Not the Africans here. Here, Indians were also considered to be as black here. So they thought racism by means of civilization. What these people thought that was. Okay, you write it like this, then you can able to understand it. So what these people thought that was, white people were civilized, but black people were uncivilized. So what was the job of the white people? Job of the white people is to civilize the uncivilized world. Black people, Indians, Chinese, black African people. So it is a job of the white people to civilize the uncivilized people. That is, we call it as a white man's burden. White man's burden. Yes, it was called as white man's burden. Seventh point. Social Darwinism. What is mean social Darwinism? We know that Darwin was responsible for the evolution theory. How man came up. Man came from the monkey. We know that all these things was given by Darwin. And the same Darwin also gave one idea that is called social Darwinism. What is the social Darwinism? Very simple. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. Only strongest can survive. Weak cannot survive. Only strong can survive, or weak should be served to the strong people. So, stronger nation, weaker nation. White people, black people inferior. Superior people, inferior people. Like that. Social Darwinism, survival of the fittest. That is superior, inferior. Superior and inferior. Okay. Eighth one. Take time. 30 seconds I give time to write it. Take it. Okay. Eighth one. Eighth one. What is the purpose of introduction? What is the purpose of introducing railways here in India? Tell me. What is the purpose of introducing railways here in India? Supplying finished goods, transporting goods, transportation of commercial goods, communication, taking goods to British. Very good, very good. Transportation, connectivity. Connectivity, communication are not a big factor. The main factor was taking raw materials from inner parts of country to the coastal region. From the coastal region, steamboats would carry the goods immediately to England. So that was a purpose. So the purpose of introduction of communication networks like railroad, roadways, and then telegraphic, all these to colonize the region very quickly. So another factor that was responsible for imperialism and colonization was communication networks. Or you can write it transportation. Instead of communication, you can write it as transportation. Transportation networks. Transportation networks like railways, steamboats, roadways. So all these were helped for imperialism and colonization very quickly. So railways were helped for that, steamways helped for that, roadways helped for that. Transportation network. Ninth one. Progress in science. Were also helped for that, particularly in the field of medicine. Progress in science were also helped for imperialism and colonization. How? I will tell you. For example, in Africa, there were many diseases. For example, malaria, yellow fever, hay fever, typhoid, cholera. Europeans have no medicine for these in the initial period of 16th and 17th century. So they feared to go into African continent. If they go for African continent, they come across with these kind of diseases. So what the Europeans thought that was go into the Africa would cause death to the European. So they feared to go into the African continent. Only in the coastal region they were, not in the deeper part of Africa, inner part of Africa. That's why slave trade was only in the coastal region of Western Africa, not in the inner part of the African continent. Once medicines were found for these diseases, for typhoid, penicillin, and then they found the malarial quinine drug for the malarial fever, and many drugs they found out for the from the other diseases. It was very easy for the Europeans to go easily into the African continent and they colonize it. So that a medicine is one of the factors that was responsible for the imperialism and colonization in Africa, and also in the case of India also. Okay. Yes, one people have given. Farooq Shiar gave golden furman to thank East India Company as they helped this treaty, his dysentery. Yes, that was, yes, like this, either directly or indirectly. So, progress in science. Medicine is also one of the factors that was responsible for the colonization and the imperialism. Okay. And weapon technology. The weapon technology. What the weapon technology? Guns. We know that. The guns. The guns played a greater role. For example, when they entered into the African continent, Africans fought with them the spears, the stone, the sticks. But these Europeans had advanced weapon with them. Advanced weapon like gun. The native people don't have such a kind of weapon technology. So they were easily overpowered by the Europeans and they quickly colonized it. That is the reason for that. So the weapon technology played a crucial role in the imperialism and colonization. Okay, the guns. Okay, these were the factors that were responsible for the imperialism and the colonization. 10 factors that were responsible for the imperialism and colonization. Next we can move to the any doubt in this one? Any doubt in these factors responsible for imperialism and colonization? No doubt. Okay, it's 4:30. Previous slide, sir. Sir, did the Europeans get patent for materials which they funded in the places they colonized? Did they have them? Europeans get patent for materials which they funded. No, they don't have any such kind of pattern. It is. Timeline. Okay, timeline slide. So we can have a break, half an hour break. We can start with 5 o'clock. So we are going to continue with the world history class with the second session also. Imperialism and colonization difference slide, sir. Some people is copy downing this timeline. Okay. Imperialism and colonization difference slide. Difference here it is. Okay, we start class by, now it is 4:35. We start by 5:05 with the imperialism and colonization, South America, Africa, Asia, with that one. Okay, have a break. The timeline. I discuss about the timeline and I discuss about the meaning and the concept of the imperialism and colonization. I discuss about the factors that were responsible for the imperialism and colonization. Now we are moving to the imperialism and colonization. imperialism and colonization in South America. Imperialism and colonization in South America. For this, we are going to the support of the map. Okay, I believe everyone can able to see the map. Everyone can able to see the map. Everyone can able to see the map. So, South America. So here I told you imperialism and colonization means stronger country dominates over the weaker country. Advanced industrialized country dominates or influence over the weaker country. Here we saw from the 16th century onwards, this South America was the this entire part. This South America was the colony of the Spain. It was a colony of the Spain. Okay. Brazil was the colony of the Portugal. This was continued from the 16th century to the 18th century till the French Revolution of 1789. When French Revolution took place, in the French Revolution, we saw that Louis XVI was executed and France became republic. When France became republic, the Spanish colony, when France became republic, following the France became republic, Napoleon came to become power. When Napoleon went for war with Spain, he defeated the Spanish king. I told you that. Napoleon went for war with Spain and he defeated the Spanish king. When the Spanish king was defeated by Napoleon, the Spanish colony was completely liberated from Spain. Now, from the time of Napoleon, Spain was no longer a colony of the Spanish Empire, and it was liberated and got independence from Spain because Napoleon defeated Spain. Once again, Napoleon was defeated in the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, in the last battle. Once again, after 1815, Congress of Vienna restored the system. But here, once, even though in the Congress of Vienna in Europe they established the same structure, but here they cannot be able to bring it in. So what happened after that was, once they got independence from Spain, once for all they got independence. That's all. Now Portugal was also liberated. Now it was no longer a Spanish colony, no longer it was a Portugal colony, this Brazil. And what happened was, United States of America from 1815 onwards progressing towards the western side. And the growing population of United States of America need more resources. By 1850, After the 1850, United States of America need more resources for its population and its industry because it need lot of resources. Now, United States of America started to look towards United States of America started to look towards the South America, which was no longer a colony, but no established government was also not there. Understand? In United States of America, there was a government. But here in the South America, no established governments. Why? There was a confusion here in the South America. The entire South America was in confusion. They are fighting for their independence in the earlier period. Now they got independence, but now there was confusion in establishing government. It was so many decades the problem was continued here in the South America. Now United States of America took that it as an opportunity. What? United States of America took that it as an opportunity to influence, dominate over the South America. For what purpose? What needed from South America for United States of America? We know that okay, what needed from United States of America from the South America? I think in geography class, map reading class, you come across South America. Brazil is known for what? Brazil, Argentina, all these are known for what? Brazil, Argentina, all these are known for what? Coffee, plantation, forest. Very good. Apart from this, coffee, plantation, forest. Apart from this, one more thing, forest resource. Apart from that, think resources, plantation. Apart from that, think more. Oil that is in Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador. In those places, oils is there. Okay, silver, raw materials. Okay, and then industrial raw materials. Okay, then ores. What kind of ores we got? Minerals only, not ores, minerals. And then apart from that, think of one more thing. Coal ore. No. Think much more. Mining. Very good. Whatever the you people tell, it is correct. Plantation crops you told, that's very good. And minerals you told, that is also good. Mining, coal activity, coal mining, that is also very good. Labor, that is also good. Trade is a common word, people. You people say the correct thing. What is the thing? Copper, minerals, that's what I'm saying. Copper, silver, that is what I'm saying. Okay, I will tell you, no problem. I will tell you. See here, in Brazil and in Argentina, Brazil is known for cattle wealth. And this America, this is Central America. And this Central America, this is known for plantation crops. And this Peru and this Chile, all these are known for what? This is for silver, copper, cattle wealth. Argentina was also known for cattle wealth. So what United States of America did, it was United States of America dominated the South America and took the silver, copper, plantation crops and cattle wealth, not cattle, in terms of meat. When you kill the cattle, they got the meat. When they skinned the cattle, they got the leather. So meat, leather, minerals, minerals, plantation crops, So what you need to write, that is in South America, imperialism in South America, by United States of America, for the purpose of raw materials, and resources, raw materials for industries, resources like plantation crops and other thing, and who not colonization, imperialize, who dominates over the South America. South America was dominated by United States of America for raw materials and for the resources, okay. And so that is in the case, yes, that is in the case of the South America. Clear? South America dominated by United States of America for the raw materials and the resources. Why? No stable government there. No stable government there. So indirectly, United States of America dominated South America. When later oil was found, oil were also taken by United States of America later, not now what we are seeing in the 17th and 18th century. When modern, during the time of the 1890s and 19th, 20th century, when oil was found in this region of Venezuela, Colombia and other region, they got all the oil wealth. So when oil was found in the later period, once again this area was completely brought under the control of the United States of America. Okay. One more thing most important. What was a policy introduced by United States of America? Policy by United States of America here in South America. Was Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine. What is mean by Monroe Doctrine? What is mean by Monroe Doctrine? What is mean by Monroe Doctrine? United States of America feared. What it feared? If any Europeans come here after independence, United States of America after independence around 1820, 1830, feared that if any of the Europeans comes here and capture the South America, and United States of America would be in threat. So it felt that Europeans may come here to colonize the South America. Now it is no longer a colony. In case if the Europeans come, for example, French may come, Germany may come, Italy may come, anyone may come and colonize. This means it would be a threat for the United States of America, very nearer to the South America. So it introduced a policy that is called Monroe Doctrine. What is that Monroe Doctrine? Monroe Doctrine is the Western Hemisphere was the sphere of influence. The sphere of influence of United States of America. No Europeans, no European countries should interfere should interfere in Western Hemisphere. Western Hemisphere, because this is a Western Hemisphere. United North America and South America is a Western Hemisphere. No Europe, this is Europe. No European should interfere here in the Western Hemisphere of North America and South America. Like that, USA would not interfere in the European affairs. Western Hemisphere was the sphere of influence of United States of America. No European country should interfere in Western Hemisphere. And USA would not interfere in the Western Hemisphere, in the European affairs. That is, no European country should interfere in the Western Hemisphere. Any issue, whatever happen, that would be solved only by United States of America, not by any European country. Like that, United States of America also would not interfere in European affairs. Whatever happening in Europe, France and Germany is fighting, that is not my issue. I would not interfere. France and Italy is fighting, I won't interfere. That is not my job, because my job is this North America and South America. You don't come here, I won't come there. Very simple. Understand? You don't come here, I won't come there. That's all. You don't interfere in the affairs, I won't interfere in your affairs. Clear? Clear? So that is called Monroe Doctrine, which was issued by United States of America and brought the entire Western Hemisphere into the control of the United States of America. So USA, before First World War, became the imperialist country in the Western Hemisphere. Imperialist country in the Western Hemisphere. Clear? Okay. Can we go to the next one? Can we go to the next one? Can we go to the next one? Yes, very good. Very good. Next one. What is the next one? Imperialism, colonization in South America, we have completed. Next one, Africa. Africa, that is what we are going to see. Okay, Africa. Okay, okay, very good. Coming back to this, coming back to this one. So we are discussing Africa, imperialism in Africa. Understand? Okay. See, I will go back till 18th century. Till 18th century, Europeans know only the western coast of the African continent, western coast. Somewhat the coastal region of Africa was very well known to the Europeans because of the slave trade. I told you, that is the Atlantic trade. This was only known to the Europeans, but Europeans very well known to the northern part of the Africa. This part of Africa was very well known to the Europeans till from the very ancient times. Europeans know the northern part of Africa and western coast of Africa. Somewhat the eastern coast of Africa was also known to them. Eastern coast of Africa, southern coast of, only coast of Africa was known to the Europeans. Western coast, eastern coast, and the north of Africa was very well known to them. Okay. When the age of discovery started and they started to circumnavigate the world, and now when the industrialization started, they needed more and more raw materials for the European countries. So understand, industrialization triggered the need of the raw materials. So industrialization, I simply write industrial revolution. Industrial revolution triggered the need of raw materials, for the industries, for the raw materials for the industries. Okay, this was the background. This is in the background. And from England, in England, one man, his name was Dr. David Livingstone. Dr. David Livingstone. He was British. He was a British minister. He belonged to Scotland. And he was in the British ministry. His hobby was exploration. What his dream was to find the base of the Nile River, which is based there. Nile River flowing down over the and drain in the Mediterranean Sea. We know that the base of the Nile River. So Dr. David Livingstone's dream was to find the base of the Nile River. So he, along with some explorers, in 1860, he landed on the western coast of the African continent. He landed western coast. Who? David Livingstone. And in search of the base of the Nile River, he and his group of men were deeply traveled into the searching for the base of the Nile River. Many years were passed. There was no information about David Livingstone. The British government was worried about the David Livingstone. Whether he was alive or dead, they want to know. They sent another man to search for David Livingstone. The man who was sent by British government to search for David Livingstone was Henry Stanley. Henry Stanley in 1870s, he, in search of David Livingstone, landed on the same western coast in search of David Livingstone. Henry Stanley was also traveling in search of David Livingstone. After many difficulties, after many years, he found David Livingstone, and David Livingstone was on the course of the base of the Nile River. Both of them met and they introduced themselves. I came in, sir. I presumed Dr. David Livingstone. I came to in search of you. I was sent by the British government, he told. And both of them introduced. And after that they met, and David Livingstone showed the entire map of the European continent, what was done by him. And the entire African continent map, the upper part of the Africa, that is the Sahara and the Sub-Sahara map. This is Sahara, this is Sub-Sahara map. And the Sub-Sahara map was completely drawn by Dr. David Livingstone. He was a cartographist also. Cartography is nothing but finding the map. That is the geologist mapping. So he had the entire map of African continent, about the information of mountain, about the information of river, where the river start, where the river drain, and the valleys present. Not only that, about the information of the flora and fauna, animals, resources. So David Livingstone had the entire information of the African continent. And after this was in 1880, both of them returned to England. So both of them returned to England. Both of them returned to the England, British. They went to British. Okay. And they started to publish lot of articles in the newspaper about the information, what they got it from the African continent. We found a lot of ivory, we found a lot of gold, we found a lot of diamond there. Like this information, they wrote it articles in the newspaper. This information triggered one man. It got interesting for one man, and that man was King of Belgium, and his name was Leopold II, Belgium king. What Leopold did was, Leopold asked Henry Stanley to go and purchase land in African continent for him. Understand? Leopold asking Henry Stanley, who already went to Africa, he asked Henry Stanley to purchase land in the African continent on behalf of the Leopold. Henry Stanley hesitated first, but later he was accepted the Leopold's demand. And Henry Stanley came to African continent in getting the land for Leopold. He landed on the western coast of the African continent, Henry Stanley, and he started to buy one by one, like our land revenue settlement. He bought land for Henry Leopold in the African continent, somewhere by giving money, somewhere by using force, threatening by showing gun, somewhere by killing the chief. All kind of methods he used, by bribing, by giving money, by giving present, by killing the tribal chief, and they got the entire land. Like this they got. So within few years, Henry Stanley purchased the entire present Congo. This one, I will show you the map later. Understand now? This entire Congo was brought by Henry Stanley as a personal estate of Henry Leopold II. So this is considered to be as Congo. This is Congo. This was the personal estate of Leopold II, which was purchased by Henry Stanley. Other European countries were shocked because of this one. Oh my God, when Belgium king can able to get a better piece of land there, and what would happen to us? Don't understand, there was no one there. Already before this thing was happening, this part of the African continent was for the French. France had a sizable land here. British got here. in the southern part here, but rest of the thing was completely vacant. France got some land here, British got Egypt and the southern part of the Africa, and other things were left. No one was there. Only France, British was there. Now Belgium got Congo. It triggered year 1884. Newly unified Germany and Italy was also needed land. From there they need resources from them. Everyone started to jump into the African continent and started to occupy as much of land that is available to them. See here the African continent. See here the African continent. This is one Morocco Empire, this is Ottoman Empire, and this is British one, and this is the British one, and see here, and this is the British, and this is the British, and this is the British, and these were all vacant. Vacant means no one to control. Some African tribal people was living here, some African tribal chiefs were ruling this area. Understand, African tribal were ruling this part. No Europeans was there. No Europeans never entered before the arrival of David Livingstone. This was the condition. Before the arrival of David Livingstone, this was the condition. Okay, understand. So David Livingstone arrived in 1860, and 1870 this was the arrival of the Henry Stanley. This is David Livingstone, and by 1880 Leopold got the land of this kind of land. He got it from here, that is a Congo, and everyone started to rush towards Africa. Every European country started to rush towards the African continent to get remaining land. So there was a mad rush. Understand, mad rush towards the African continent to get the remaining land that is available in the African continent. So the British, the French, the France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, and then Spain, the Dutch, all were rushing towards the European continent. All were rushing towards the African continent. All were rushing to the African continent to get the remaining areas. It seems to be like a warlike situation. Everyone was running towards Africa to get the land that is available there. It was like a warlike situation to avoid dispute. In sharing the land in the African continent, they had a conference, and that conference was called Berlin Conference. That is Berlin Conference. See, that is the Berlin Conference. Berlin Conference. Berlin Conference of 1884. Who participated in this Berlin Conference? European countries. So the European countries participated in the Berlin Conference. For what purpose? Partitioning of Africa. Partitioning of Africa among themselves. So in 1884, in Germany, Berlin, there was a conference. The purpose of the conference was to partitioning of Africa among the European countries, among themselves, in a peaceful way. See here. All these Europeans are sitting here in the Berlin conference. In before them there was a, you can able to see the, in before there was a map hanging before them, in before to them. Before them there was a map is hanging. This is the map, Europe, this is the African map which was hanging before them. And what they did it here was, and they started to partition the African continent in Berlin. How they partitioned it? Partitioned Africa. Okay, tell me how the boundaries in African continent, each and every country's boundaries in African continent, how the boundaries in African continent, tell me how the boundaries in African continent, straight line, very good. Why the African countries boundaries are in straight line? Have you ever thought of why African countries boundaries are in straight line? Why? Because of this. Because of this, they started to draw boundaries like this. In a correct straight line way. So, in table with scale, who said that? In table with scale, did he did like that? It's not a marking thing. It's not a marking thing. Divided by scale. They divided by, no, people don't think like they have divided it by scale. They did it by means of clear charting the map. And they have marketed the boundary line by means of a clear straight line, not by scale and anything there in the map. Oh, don't think like that. Practically, it is not. Practically, it is not possible to draw a line by means of a scale and pencil as you think of. So they started to draw the boundaries by dividing among themselves like this, simply like this. That what is for example, Leopold, I got this one, so this is my boundary. Rest of the thing you take it, and rest of British got this one. Like this, they started to draw the boundaries among themselves. So completely Africa was partitioned among the European countries. See, this is the African continent before First World War. This is Africa before First World War. Before First World War. Before World War I, 1914. Before the starting of World War I, this is the African continent. See here, this is entirely French West Africa. French West Africa. Entire thing belonged to France. This entire thing belonged to France. Okay. See, this is Belgium Congo. This is Leopold's. This is Leopold's personal estate. Belgium Congo. This is Belgium Congo. This is Leopold's personal estate. And see this one. See this one. From here, except Belgium Congo, entire thing belonged to the entire thing belonged to the British. That is for the British. A small portion, Belgium Congo, rest of the thing belonged to the British. This is for the British. So it was the British. See, that is the yellow shaded portion. I will expand the map, then you can able to see it. See, this is the Cameroon, belong to the British German. And this one, German East Africa. That is to the Germans. And this one, German Southwest Africa. German East Africa, German West Africa. So, what my point is, Africa, okay, I will get the board. Africa, before the First World War, before World War I, completely colonized by European countries. European countries. Completely colonized by the European countries. Africa was completely colonized by the European countries. For what purpose? For the purpose of resources and raw materials. Raw materials. For the purpose of resources, raw materials, and greedy over land. Greedy over territory. Territory. Territory means land. Greedy over territory, land. For greedy over land, it was completely colonized by the African colony. Africa was completely colonized by the Europeans. Completely colonized by the European. This African colonization, we called it by different word, that is called as partition of Africa. Partition of Africa, or we called it as chopping of Africa. Chopping of Africa, or we called it as mad race over Africa. So these were called by three different words. Partition of Africa, chopping of Africa, mad race over Africa. Clear? Clear? So Africa was completely colonized by the Europeans. Okay. I want to show this one, this picture. Already I shown this picture to you. That is the Berlin conference, where they have partitioning the African continent. I showed you. What happened here was, Africa was known for tribal people. Africa is known for the tribal people. What these Europeans did it was, without understanding the nature of the tribal people, they started to mark the boundary line according to their own wishes. Whose wishes? Europeans' wish. Never considering the tribal peoples of Africa. Because of that, what happened? Lot of confusion was there. We know that two tribes are considered to be as enemies. So what happened? These Europeans did was, two tribes are put into one country, and they had divided a single tribe into two different countries. Either they divided a tribe into two countries, or two different tribes were put into a same country. What happened? After Second World War, all these Europeans left Africa. Later they gave independence. After that, what happened? The tribes people started to fight with each other. Very good example was the Rwandan genocide. You know that, Rwandan genocide. Tutsis and Kutsus started to fight with each other. Rwandan genocide. Sudan, tribal unification. Sudan tribal people are divided into two groups. They wanted to unify. So they unified in the later period. Later they divided. North Sudan, South Sudan. That is the case. Okay. So this is the case of the African imperialism, where partitioning of Africa, chopping of Africa, mad race over Africa, where Africa was completely colonized. All the reasons. Okay. Any doubt? Any doubt over the African? Any doubt over the African imperialism? Any doubt? Can we go to the next one? Can we go to the next one? Sir, didn't the Africans show resistance to Europeans? No, see, that's what I told you. Africans showed some resistance to the Africans, but the Africans were fought with the stick, stone, knife, or spear like this. But these Europeans have advanced gun. Easily they can able to kill these Africans. That is called. That's why they cannot be able to fight with the Europeans. Okay. Because they occupied most of the lands. Please tell about Rwandan genocide, sir. That is not our part. I will tell that in the later part of decolonization, not now here. Can you explain in America in a nutshell again if possible? There I will summarize that later. Tribal warfare for unification after World War II. Am I right, sir? Yes, that is what you are saying. That is the unification. That is the African decolonization. We are going to see that decolonization later, not now. Okay, I think so. We have finished off with the Africa. Now we are moving towards to the West Asia. Okay. I need the support of map. I take map. West Asia. So that is not the thing. Wait, I'm searching for the map. Please wait. I'm searching for an appropriate map. Okay, we got, oh my God. Yes, very good. Now coming back, West Asia. This is called West Asia. Which one? This is the West Asia. Okay, this place is called the West Asia, or we call it as that is the West Asia. This is so imperialism and colonization in West Asia. Imperialism and colonization in West Asia. Okay. What is this case of the West Asia? See, West Asia was dominated by the Ottoman Empire. Our first point. From the 16th century, West Asia was dominated by Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire. Okay. Our first point. West Asia was dominated by the Ottoman Empire from the 16th century. In the later centuries, 17th, 18th and 19th century, Ottoman Empire became weakened, started to decline. The Ottoman Empire started to get decline. So territorial independence Territorial independence. Territorial independence. Territorial independence. Now, territorial independence. So, once again I am saying, from the 16th century, Ottoman Empire had the West Asia. But this Ottoman Empire in the later centuries, 17th, 18th and the 19th century, started to decline. Because of that, territorial independence. Territorial independence, one. Second one, see the map here. See the map here. Russia is coming towards the south. Russia is expanding towards the south. When Russia expanding towards the south, it wanted to get this part of the Ottoman Empire. Can you able to understand from the map? Russia is expanding towards the south, so it clashes with the Ottoman Empire. So Russia interested with this West Asia. So Russia, the Russian Empire, interested with West Asia. So Russia interested. And another one who is interested in this part of the West Asia. See here, another person is interested in the West Asia is England. From Britain, they are coming towards this area and they are passing through this area and coming towards India. That is trade route. The trade route of British. So this is vital for the British. So this West Asia is important for two countries. One for the British and another one for the Russia. Understand? The West Asia is important for two. One for the British and another one for the Russian. So the West Asia was clashed between the Russians and the British, whom to control, because the Ottoman Empire was declining. If Ottoman Empire completely vanished, who is going to share the territory or who is going to get the territory from the West Asia? Either Russia or British. That was a competition. Okay. So imperialism and colonization here in West Asia is somewhat in the transition state. Understand? Transition state. Understand? Transition state. Between whom and whom? Either to the Russia or to the British. The game played by Russia and British over West Asia is called as, I write here, Great Game. Great Game. Great Game. Great Game between whom and whom? Russia and British. For what? For controlling, for imperializing West Asia. This is what we called it as a great game between the British and Russia to colonize or imperialize the West Asia between the two. Sir, does Africa is under imperialism or colonization or both? Please clarify it, sir. Africa was completely colonization. It is not imperialism. Africa was completely colonization. It was completely colonized. Because there was no any sovereign power there in African continent, so they was completely colonized the entire African continent. Okay. Africa was completely colonized. Can you able to understand the West Asia? West Asia, Ottoman Empire started to decline and it was contested by two powers. One was British to protect the trade route to India and another one was Russia, which is expanding towards the south. So the decline of the Ottoman Empire was advantage for the British and the Russia to capture the West Asia. So West Asia, in the West Asia, imperialism and colonization is in the transition state. either between Russia or between the British. And that game played by, game means imperialization and colonization, capturing, territorial capture between Russia and British, we called it as Great Game. Understand? Can we say Suez Canal is a major part in this great game? Of course, Suez Canal is a great game there, but Suez Canal is not going to be a center stage now. Not before First World War. Around the time of the First World War and on post First World War, Suez Canal is going to take a center stage. Not now. Not now. Okay. Not now. So this is West Asia. This is West Asia. Understand one here. Understand another thing here. Persia. See, Persia. This Persia was ruled by the Persians. Just understand. We are going to discuss the same Persia after First World War. Okay, after First World War. All this place we are going to discuss after First World War, new development. Okay. Okay, that is in the case of Persia. Next one, China. Next one, West Asia. Next one is China. Okay. China. Sir, please explain great game once again. Great game is nothing but great game. Great game. Great game is nothing but for West Asia to imperialize and colonization, to imperialize or to colonize West Asia, the game fought between Russia and British is called as great game. Nothing. Ottoman Empire is there. If Ottoman, and it is in declining state. If Ottoman Empire is completely declined, it is going to be vanished. That empire is no longer, means what would happen? Complete territorial independence. Who is going to get their land? Who is going to get the territory present in West Asia under Ottoman Empire? Ottoman Empire is vanished. That was power rush, land rush between British and Russia towards West Asia is called as great game. Understand? Sir, apart from Ottoman, did the Arabians also face this problem of imperialism and colonization? Yes. Wait. We are going to see these things in the First World War. Don't get urged. For your part, I will tell you this is in the First World War. I will tell you the new development. We are only seeing the imperialism and colonization concept and topic only, not the First World War. I will tell you all your answers there in the First World War. What is the end result of the great game? Wait. You are taking a jet flight and going very fast. Wait. Okay, China. So our part is now China. Okay. Okay. Coming back to China. Coming back to China. Okay, I will tell you what was the background of China. Background of China. China was ruled by Qing dynasty. China was ruled by Qing dynasty. Okay, it was a very powerful dynasty which ruled the China. The name of the dynasty was called the Qing dynasty. But what was the fear of these Qing rulers? The rulers of the Qing was they feared over the foreigners, because they thought if any foreigner come to China and settled in China, and if the people settled in China, they would pollute our culture. So China thought that if any foreigner come and settled in China, the Europeans generally, this European culture would be adopted to the Chinese people. So it would pollute our culture. So it would be a danger for our culture. Who thought that? Chinese people thought. The Qing dynasty ruler thought. So what the Qing dynasty rulers did it? So the Qing dynasty rulers prohibit, I write here, Qing dynasty. What was the fear of this Qing dynasty? Fear. What was the fear of the Qing dynasty? Fear of xenophobia. Xenophobia means strangers, fear of strangers. Fear of strangers or foreigners. Fear of strangers or the foreigners. What they did was they have passed an order. What order they had? No Europeans should settle in India. No Europeans should settle in China. Clear? No European should settle in China permanently. They were not allowed. And for the purpose of trade, only one port was allowed, Canton Port. Only one port was open for trade for the Europeans. They can come to Canton Port, they can buy goods and they can sell goods. So import and export was only with the Canton Port. No ports were opened for the Europeans to trade. No other ports were opened. Okay, so they have to did it only through the Canton Port only, because of the fear of the foreigners who thought they would pollute their culture. That is the Chinese people. And another thing, the Chinese were very proud of the race. The Chinese were very proud of the race. They thought the Europeans were inferior. Proud of race, Europeans were inferior. Or barbarians. They were proud or superior. They were superior. Chinese thought they were superior of the race when compared to the Europeans. What these European peoples are? They are barbarians. They were like animals, and they don't have any civilization. But China have a very long century of civilization. They were very proud of their civilization. They were very proud of their culture. They are very proud of their progress. So they were very proud of their race. China thought they were very proud and superior of race when comparing to the Europeans. So they thought that the Europeans were the barbarians. And that is why also they were never allowed the Europeans to settle or come deep into the any Chinese empire. Okay, that is the reason. And in the Canton port, tariff for the goods was fixed by Chinese only. Whether it is import or export, whatever, the price what fixed by Chinese is a price. Europeans cannot determine the price. So you write it. Europeans cannot fix prices. So whatever the prices that is fixed by the Chinese is considered to be as a price, not by the European. So China had advantage in trade. They buy European goods cheap, but they sell Chinese goods in a profitable price. So China had advantage economically over the European trade. This is the background. Understand? These are all the background. So what was a background thing? The background thing was China was ruled by the Qing dynasty, and the Qing dynasty was a powerful dynasty. But the Chinese people and the Qing rulers thought that Europeans were the barbarians. The Chinese people are superior in race. They would pollute their culture. They were inferior and pollute their culture. So the Europeans were never allowed to settle permanently in Chinese empire. One. And second one, for this purpose, they opened only one port for import and export. That is Canton port. That port, in the Canton port, the prices were fixed only by the Chinese, not by the Europeans. Because of this, Chinese have advantage over the European trade, because they fixed Chinese goods in a higher price and European goods in a very lower price. So favorable trade was for the Chinese, not for the Europeans. That was a condition. 1600, 17th, 18th century. Now coming back. Bengal was occupied by the British 1757. Later, 1764. Battle of Buxar and Battle of Plassey. That is Battle of Plassey and that is Battle of Buxar. Okay, I write only one word. I think you know about it. Battle of Buxar and the Battle of Plassey. Now the Battle of Buxar, entire Bengal was caught by the British East India Company. When they brought Bengal under their control, now entire Bengal trade was under the control of the British. British came to know that Indians in the northern part of India and in the central part of India, a crop was grown, and that was opium. Opium was planted here in India, and opium was profitable in the international market. British came to know that Chinese doctors gave opium as a curative medicine for the Chinese people, and Chinese people had the habit of consumption of opium like Indians. So what British did it was, British wanted to sell opium to China, but legal selling of opium in the Chinese empire is illegal. Legal sale of opium, legal export of opium is not possible because opium was banned in China. It is only given as a medicine by the doctors as a scheduled drug for medicinal purpose only. So what East India Company did, it was East India Company exporting opium to the Canton port and bribed the Canton port officials, and they illegally export opium into China. Illegal opium. Illegal opium trade into China. By whom? East India Company. By the British. British started to sell, trade opium into the Canton port by means of the illegal way. They bribed the Canton officials and they illegally sell opium. Day by day, decadal after decade, more and more volume of opium was sold into the China. So China was completely addicted to the opium, which was sold by the traded by the East India Company in an illegal way. Okay. In the late 1830s, the Chinese higher officials, not the lower officials, higher officials came to know about such illegal trade. Of course, China know East India Company is only exporting the illegal opium, but no one questioned. This information was not known to the emperor, the King Emperor. King Emperor have lot of job. He had lot of job. If they wanted to see the emperor, they have to pass on many persons and then they have to see the emperor. It is not an easy way to see the emperor. But anyhow, this information came to known for the emperor in 1830s, late 1830s. Immediately what he did was he banned opium and he appointed a strict and integrate officers in the Canton port. Now, a strict and vigilant officers were appointed in the Canton port. Now, what East India Company did was, as usual, they got the opium and they sent it to the Canton port. But the strict officials in the Canton port, what they did it was, they seized the British ship which carry lot of opium and they dumped that into the sea and they destroyed the opium into the sea. Now, because the King Emperor banned opium, once again the King Emperor banned opium, either selling, trading, possessing, consumption opium in the King Empire. So because of that, the Canton port officials completely dumped and destroyed the opium into the sea. Now East India Company got angry because of this one. How you can destroy opium of East India Company? You give compensation. East India Company asked for compensation, but China replied for it. We won't give any compensation because you trade it in an illegal way. We never pay any compensation. Already we banned. So British take this as an advantage and declared war over China. That war, what was fought by the China and the British was called Opium War. I go for the new page. 1839 till 1842, Opium War. Between whom and whom? Between British and China, Qing Emperor. What happened in the war? British won the war and China was badly defeated. China was badly defeated in the war. And now the superiority of China ended. The trade dominance of China ended. Now British signed a treaty of Nanking. Nanking is a place. Nanking is a place. I write here. Treaty of Nanking. Treaty of Nanking. Nanking is a place where they signed a treaty. This was between whom? This Treaty of Nanking is in 1842 between British and China. British and China. What was the provision of the treaty? Tariff fixed by British only. The rate would be fixed by the British only. One. Next thing, more ports open for British trade. More ports should be open for the British trade. Okay. Next most important, missionaries should be allowed to do missionary activity. Missionaries should be allowed to do the missionary activity. These are the three important provisions. One is tariff would be fixed by the British only. More port would be open for the British trade. Now they had only one port, Canton port. Now they have more number of ports to open for British trade. And third one, missionaries should be allowed to do the missionary activity. That is the third one. Now China is slowly opening for British trade. Now France saw this one. If British can able to defeat China, then why can't we France? Next thing, in the subsequent decade, later 1850s, 1860s, France started to threaten China. Why you are trading only with the British? You open more for France. If you don't, and I am going to declare war over you. France threatened China. China know it. We are not equipped to fight with Europeans. We are very, very weak, the Qing dynasty thought. In the later decade, following the British, France signed a treaty with the China. More number of ports open. After 1870, Germany came. Later, Italy came. Later, Russians came. Later, Japanese came. So, France, Germany, Italy, Russia, Japan, everyone came and signed with a treaty with the China. And China, which was one closed for trade, now completely opened for the trade with the Europeans. All these countries had trade with China in an unequal way. Prices were fixed only by these countries in China, not by the Chinese. China, which was once prosperous, and now it was completely under European imperialism, not a colony, understand? China, after only one thing. So, after the Opium Wars, first point, China became, okay, China came under European imperialism. imperialism. China came under the European imperialism. Every country started to colonize, every country started to imperialize a part of China, and they started to cut China, share China among themselves, trade. This is my part, this is your part, and you have to trade in this part, like that. They started to divide China among themselves for trade purpose. That is what I will show you a diagram. I will show you which you can able to understand it. See this, and that is what you can able to see it. China is being cut. If you want to show, I will show it in another thing. See, China is being cut by whom? See, this is the British, and this is the German, this is the Italian, this is a French, and that one is a Japanese. So all these are started to cutting. They are started to sharing China among themselves. That is what the Europeans are completely started to share China among themselves, which came under European imperialism, not a colony. Still, King Emperor was ruling China, but only namesake. He was a puppet in the hand of all the Europeans. Think it of like Mir Jafar, Mir Qasim, who was a puppet in the hand of the British. Our princely states were the puppets in the hand of the British till independence. Whatever the British told, they have to do it. Like that, the King Emperor was a puppet in the hand of the Europeans. Whatever the Europeans say, they have to do it. The King Emperor has to do it. But he enjoyed the kingship. But he enjoyed the royal palace, facility, luxuriousness, and other thing. He won't interfere in whatever the Europeans did. Okay, that's why the facility. The compromise between the Europeans and the King Emperor was, you don't interfere in your affairs, you enjoy your luxuriousness. That is the thing. So the king never questioned anything. The Europeans did lot of atrocities there in the case of China by sharing, exploiting, and all the resources. Clear? Okay. And what happened because of this one? What happened because of this thing? China came under European imperialism. And second point, Christianity started to spread in China. So now politically European dominated China. Culturally, European Christianity started to spread in China. Because of this, what happened? Because of these two factors, emergence of nationalism. I go to the next page. Because of this, who? For Europeans, because of the Europeans and the Christianity, nationalism in China in the 1890s. Emergence of nationalism, you write it as emergence. Emergence of nationalism in China in the 1890s. Under whose leadership? Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Dr. Sun Yat-sen. So understand, when foreigners was present in a country, to oppose the foreigners, automatically emergence of nationalism among the people. One. And their culture was also under attack by spreading Christianity. So automatically in China, nationalism was emerged against the Europeans and also against the King Emperor who did nothing to the people. So under the leadership of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, nationalism was emerged in China. Emerged in China. Emerged in China. In 1905, there was a revolution in China. Revolution in China. In China. What resulted because of this revolution? Result of this revolution. The result of this revolution was Qing dynasty ended. Qing dynasty ended. But Europeans' exploitation continued. European exploitation continued. Okay. So because of the emergence of nationalism under Dr. Sun Yat-sen, a revolution was started in China against whom? First against the Qing dynasty, the emperor who was ruling there, and they ended the Qing dynasty. So there was an end of monarchy in China, and the Europeans still continued to exploit China. Okay. So with the end of the Qing dynasty, China became republic. China became republic. 1910. Who was the president of China? President of China was Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Dr. Sun Yat-sen. He formed a national government. Understand? Understand? There is a split here. Okay. So Dr. Sun Yat-sen in 1905, because of the emergence of nationalism, there was a revolution in China which resulted in ending the Qing dynasty, and in the replacement of the Qing dynasty, a national government was formed with Dr. Sun Yat-sen as president, and China became republic. Understand? Still the same Europeans are exploiting China, and still they were present. European exploitation were continued. So we are with 1910. Before First World War, we ended with China. Okay. Any doubt? Any doubt with Chinese imperialism? Any doubt with Chinese imperialism? Any doubt with Chinese imperialism? Sir, apart from British, did other European power use Suez Canal for trade with Asian countries? Wait. Europeans use the Suez Canal. I will come with the Suez Canal later, not this part. Wait for the Suez Canal. Wait for the Suez Canal issue. Don't raise Suez Canal issue now. It is going to take center stage in World War I and II only. Wait. Sir, but UK colonized Hong Kong and Portuguese colonized Macau. Yes, that was. Yes, that was. At the time, was Hong Kong area part of China? Yes, Hong Kong was a part of China. It was a China and nearby island, everything, including Korea, was a part of China. Was a part of China. When China lost its control over this area, it was shared by the Europeans in the later part. Hong Kong gave to British during that port. That is when the Treaty of Nanking was signed, Hong Kong was also given to China. Hong Kong was also given to British. China gave British Hong Kong in 1850s. Does it mean China was colonized? No, that's what I told you. China was not colonized. China was brought under European imperialism. Sovereign, when a country is ruled by a sovereign ruler, theoretically, we cannot say it as colony. Colony means no political power, no voting power, no sovereign ruler. But in China, King Emperor was there. King Emperor was ruling China in name only. He was a puppet in the hand of the Europeans. That is why I told you China was under European imperialism. Sir, was there only one opium war? Opium was a series of opium wars. 3 opium wars was there, but that is not necessary. Simply because of opium wars, what is the result? That is enough for our general studies purpose. That is also what present in the NCERT. So we can have a 5 minutes break. Now it is 6:40. We can resume our class by 6:45. Yes, we can start with the session. Like, like how Mughals ruled from 1757 to 1857, but East India Company had original control. Yes, that was the same. Yes, your interpretation is correct. One person had chatted like that. Another person said there was no trade via north part of India to China by British. I'm not able to get what your point is. There was no trade via northern part of India to China by British. No, I am saying only the opium trade by means of sea trade only. I am not saying with any territorial trade. That is Silk Route trade, I am not saying. Be clarify okay. During the clarification session, you can clarify your doubt. One person. Okay, that's all. So that is how the Qing dynasty ended. And before the First World War, China became republic and it formed a national government, and Dr. Sun Yat-sen was a president of that. But still all the European exploitation continued in China. That is the case. Okay. And next thing, I'm not going to touch India because that is modern India. I told you that West Asia, India, China, Southeast Asia. But India is the entire modern India, so that is not necessary to teach. Okay, so you come across that in modern India. Okay, next we move toward the Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, imperialism and colonization. Okay, going to the map. Okay, one by one I will tell you, then you note down. Okay. Philippines, Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia. Philippines in Southeast Asia was colonized by whom? In Philippines, Southeast Asia was colonized by United States of America. Not colonized, I'm sorry, I'm very, very sorry. In Southeast Asia, Philippines was brought under USA imperialism. Not a colony. USA brought Philippines under its imperialism. For what purpose? For the purpose of tin. For the purpose of coconut, coffee, and sugarcane. Tea, coffee, for the purpose of tin, for the purpose of coconut, coffee, and for the purpose of the sugarcane. So the Philippines was completely brought under the imperialism of United States of America for the purpose of the raw materials, where Philippines had greater abundantly present. For example, the tin, the coconut, the coffee, and then the sugar cane. Okay, so that is in the case of the Philippines. Next one. Indonesia. The islands of the Indonesia. Indonesia was colonized Indonesia was colonized first by Dutch. Indonesia was colonized by the Dutch for the purpose of spice trade. For the purpose of the spice trade. For the purpose of the spice trade. So Indonesia had abundant amount of the spices which were plentifully present here. There was a stiff competition between the Dutch and the British here for the spice trade. But the Dutch on one occasion have massacred the more number of British officers there in the Amboyana. They called it as Amboyana massacre. They called it as a Amboyana massacre, and because of that the British have left Indonesia and leave it to the Dutch, and from the time onwards the Dutch have full control over the entire Indonesian spice trade, So Indonesia was colonized. It was colonized by Dutch for the purpose of the spices and the spice trade, which is plentifully present there in the case of the Indonesia. Clear? Okay. Next, that is Malaysia. That Malay Peninsula, that is called Malay Peninsula. This Malay Peninsula was colonized by the British. For the purpose of what? For the purpose of plantation crops. For the purpose of plantation crops and tin plantation crops, particularly in the plantation crops, rubber. Malaysian rubber is very famous. So the British colonize Malaysia for the purpose of the plantation crops and mineral tin. In the plantation crops, particularly for the rubber, which were plentifully present in the Malaysia. But it was not Malaysia, it was called as Malay Peninsula region. Okay, it was called as a Malay Peninsular region. Okay, next one. This is the next one. This part, present Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. This is Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia. But before till Second World War, this area is called as Indochina. I draw it in another color. Then only you can able to understand. This is called as Indochina. Why it is called as Indochina? See here, it is very near to China and it is very near to India. This Burma is a part of British earlier times, so it is called as Indochina. Who imperialized and who colonized this part? Colonization. Who colonized this Indochina region? Once again I am saying, Indochina is present Vietnam, Cambodia and Laos. Its earlier name was Indochina, which was colonized by France. For what purpose? For the purpose of rice. Vietnam rice, Vietnam Cambodian rice. For the purpose of rice. For the purpose of timber. And plantation crops. Plantation crops. So, in the Southeast Asia, Indochina was colonized by France for the purpose of resources of rice, timber, and plantation crops. And plantation crops. And the plantation crops. Okay. Okay. Next one. Next one. Burma. 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 Burma was colonized by, we know, it was by British. 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 Burma was colonized by British. For what purpose? For the purpose of wood, teak, wood, teak, rosewood, and timber. These were considered to be as valuable goods in the outside market. The goods, that is the timber, the rosewood, the teak, all these are considered to be as valuable goods in the outside market. For the purpose of this, they have colonized the Burma. So British colonized the Burma. British colonized the Burma. And one more thing, we left it here, but it is not included in the map here. One more thing which is not included in the map here, that was Sri Lanka. But it was not Sri Lanka, it was Ceylon. Ceylon was first colonized by the Portuguese. Later, the Portuguese were replaced by the Dutch. In the late 19th century, 19th century means 1850, 1880, and the Dutch were defeated and got by British. So, Sri Lanka was colonized by British in the 19th century. Sri Lanka was colonized by the British in the 19th century. For the purpose of what? Tea, coffee, rubber. Particularly for tea and coffee. Plantation crops. Simply, it's a plantation crops. Simply for the plantation crops. The only one country which was not colonized by any of the Europeans was Thailand. Thailand was not colonized by any of the Europeans in the Asian continent, in the Southeast Asia. Thailand was independent because Thailand was the strongest country which was ruled by a king before First World War. Before the First World War, it was ruled by a dynasty. So, Thailand was not colonized by any of the imperialist power, any of the European powers. And also, Thailand had a friendly relation with all European powers. That's why it was not colonized. One thing, it was the strongest empire in Southeast Asia. Second, it had a friendly relation with the Europeans. That's why it was not colonized. Okay, once again, strong country. Next one, friendly relation. With all Europeans, all European powers. Okay, so it had a friendly relation with all European powers, and it was a strong empire which ruled the Thailand country, so it was not colonized. And one more thing, in Africa also, I want to show you that map. See here, this is African imperialism. This is African imperialism. Okay, in Africa also, in Africa also, two places were not colonized by any of the European powers. This is Ethiopia, and the other one, this is called Liberia. So Liberia and Ethiopia not colonized by any of the European powers. So in Africa, Liberia was not colonized and Ethiopia was not colonized. Why Ethiopia was not colonized? Because Ethiopia was ruled by a very strong and powerful ruler. It was impossible for Europeans to colonize. Only one country tried to colonize it. It was Italy. Italy waged a war with Ethiopia, but defeated by the Ethiopians there. So Italy gave up that idea of colonizing Ethiopia before the First World War. Okay, so that's why, because of Ethiopia was the strongest country and it was not colonized. Next one, why Liberia not colonized? Liberia was like a international, it was like a station for all the Europeans to get assembled here. For example, all the slaves who were captured in the western coast of the African continent brought only to Liberia. So from Liberia only slave trade started. So it is like a compromise among the Europeans, not to capture, not to colonize Liberia. It is like an international place for them. Everyone can go there and not to colonize it. For example, to say international space station we have. In the international space station, we can have all countries have the stakeholder there in the international space station, where we can go and research and we can explore. So that is common for all. So Liberia was common for all the Europeans, not to colonize it. It was like a compromise among themselves not to colonize Liberia, so they can go and be there in the Liberia. That's why it was not colonized. So that was the thing. So imperialism and colonization topic is completely over. What is the consequences of this imperialism and colonization was? The consequences. What is the consequences? What is the consequences of imperialism? What is the consequences of imperialism and colonization was Europeanization of the world. Europeanization of the world. How Europeanization of the world? See here, Africa, West Asia, Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia and China. All these were either directly or indirectly ruled by Europeans, so the culture was spread there. See here, for example, take India. We Indians know about the British culture. We have Western education system. We know about the Western culture. Many moderates are completely adopted the British culture. So like that, in the world was completely Europeanized because of the imperialism and colonization. That is one of the important consequences of the imperialism and colonization. Okay. Sir, what about Brunei? Brunei was not there. It was a small island. Then it was explored in the later years only. What about Nepal and Bhutan? Nepal and Bhutan was bought under British. It is only a separate country now. But in the earlier period, it is a part of India which was under British only. So that is not a thing. Sir, what about Australia? Australia is later period. It was explored. Australia don't have much play role in the world history. So Australia, we are not a part. We are not bringing it as a part. There is nothing there. But anyhow, Australia became the colony of the British in the earlier period. So later British gave the dominion status to them. Okay, that's all about the imperialism and colonization. Any doubt you can ask me. Doubt clarification கொடுத்துருங்க. Open உங்களுக்கு doubt clarification. Now you can ask your doubt if you have anything. Now you can ask any doubt you can have. Now they are opening for the. Now you can ask doubt. Yes, we can end with this session. We can end today. The class is over today because we are at a stage we are going. We can end with this today. Next class we can start with the World War I, causes and consequences of World War. So we are going to start, because if I start today, I have to stop in the very middle of the World War I. That's why. So next class we start freshly with the World War I. Okay. Today the class is over. Now I am going for the doubt clarification session. Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Supriya.
Sir, I have a doubt, sir. Apart from West Asia, did Russia attempt to colonize any country, sir?
Oh, no. Russia have only stake here in the case of the China. That is with the trade relation. Russia have only trade relation with China during the time of the Chinese imperialism. It have no colonies, or it don't have any colonies in any parts of the world. It never came out.
Okay, sir. And one more doubt, sir. What is the difference between Atlantic trade and triangular trade, sir? In modern history, we came under triangular trade, no, sir.
That is the same thing only. That is called as Atlantic triangular trade. The trade is called as Atlantic triangular trade. From Africa, they got the slave and they sell it in the American colonies. In exchange of that, they got the resources from the colony. They sell it to the British or in Europe. From the Europe, they got the money. That we called it as Atlantic triangular trade. That word triangular is not much necessary. That's why I have left it. It is generally called as Atlantic trade, or we call it also called Atlantic triangular trade.
Okay, sir. So something I have read somewhere, like Dutch bought cotton from India and then they sold in Southeast Asia, and there they bought spices and went back to Europe. That is also triangular trade.
That is also triangular trade. That is also initial period. That's what I told you. Dutch and the British compete for the Indonesia, that is for the spice trade. But in the Amboyana, the Dutch have completely massacred many of the British officers and the British people there. So because of the fears of the Dutch dominance over there, the British are completely vacated there. So in the initial phases, Dutch brought cotton from India and sell it there in the Indonesia, got spices and sell these spices in the European market. That is what we called it as a triangular trade. But Dutch declined in the later stages and British dominating over the Indian trade, not in the case of the Indonesian trade.
Okay, sir. They compromised in between. Can we take
Yes,
like
they
that, sir?
compromised. British, India is for the British, Indonesia is for the Dutch. The Dutch never left Indonesia, and the British also never left India till 1947. Till 1950, they never left Indonesia also.
Okay, sir. Can we say like because of imperialism and colonization, the idea of Commonwealth came as a consequence?
Commonwealth is a different, that is in the later stage. And also we are after Second World War, we are going to discuss the Commonwealth, not now. Okay, அதை discuss பண்ணுவோம், இப்போ கிடையாது.
Okay, sir. Sir, commodities க்கு resources-க்கு என்ன sir difference?
Commodity means good. Commodity means product. இப்போ வந்து for example we can take a shirt or a shirt or a cloth, that is considered to be as a commodity. Raw materials or resources means cotton is a raw material, which is considered
cotton plantல இருந்து கலெக்ட் பண்ணி எடுக்கிறது.
காட்டன்றது வந்து ரா மெட்டீரியல், அந்த காட்டன்ல இருந்து உருவாக்குறது வந்து கிளாத். அந்த கிளாத் வந்து இந்த கிளாத் தான் வந்து நம்ம என்ன சொல்றோம், கமாடிட்டின்னு சொல்றோம். கமாடிட்டினா ஒரு
பட் பிரிட்டிஷ் இங்க இருந்து எடுத்துட்டு போனது ரா மெட்டீரியல் தான், திரும்ப கொண்டு வரும்போது கமாடிட்டியா கொண்டு வராங்க.
கமாடிட்டியா கொண்டு வருவாங்க. ஆமா ஆமா.
ஓகே சார், புரிஞ்சு சார். Thank you so much sir. Thank you sir.
Sir, can you say about neo-imperialism? Okay. But neo-imperialism is not now. Wait till Second World War. I told you that is after Second World War. After Second World War, till date, that is neo-imperialism. After Second World War only I can able to touch it. Not now. Wait for neo-imperialism. I know I left neo-imperialism and neo-colonization. Purposefully I have left it because after Second World War only I can able to touch it. Not now. Wait for that. இருக்காங்களா?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, in the modern Indian history, we have learned that British have participated in the American Civil War. Because
British participated in American Civil War.
Because yes, sir. So in that, like we have learned that after that, it will lead to the Deccan riots. Like
no. I think you have wrongly understood. Because of American Civil War, cotton prices went up. There was escalation in the cotton price. So here in India, the cotton prices there, because in America there was a civil war. There was no possible of exporting the cotton from India there to the United States of America. So all cotton stayed here in India, but the prices are fallen down. Since the prices have fallen down, the British planters compelled the cotton planters to plant more and more cotton, but the expense is more. What the cotton farmers going to get is very, very meager amount. The spending is more, but return is very less. That's why in the Deccan part of India, Deccan is nothing but Maharashtra. That is where the cotton growing region. There was a riot happening. Yes, that is what we called it as a Deccan riot. Can you able to understand it now?
Yes, sir. So apart from America, US, no other countries involved, right, sir?
Yes.
So no other external countries involved.
No one involved there. It is purely their internal problem.
Sir, I have one more doubt, sir.
Yes.
So you have said about the Qing dynasty. So was it same as the current China, or is it different from the current China?
It was different from the present China. We cannot compare anything with the past because these are all things we study from the 19th century before First World War. It is completely different one. That was the empire. People had style, but population was same. But now they have some progress. So much progress. So now it is a different one.
No, sir, I am not comparing the cultural changes, but I'm just asking about the geographical extent.
Geographical extent, okay. Geographical extent is same. The Chinese empire, what they are extending towards today is the same thing. So that is what China is doing today. The geographical extent of the Qing dynasty is same what is today, and some of the area is left by Chinese in between that period. That is why China is expanding towards that area. That is what in the name of the pearl strategy or pearl, that is a string of pearls.
Sir, but we have learned that Tibet was annexed later in 1950s, something like that. So Tibet was not a part of.
No, Tibet was not a part of China, but it was a part of China in the very earlier period when the greater Qing dynasty was there. China, Bhutan, Nepal, all these became a part of the Chinese empire. But in the later period, these areas, China's become weakened, and the British got advantage over the Chinese and got these places from the China. The Nepal, Bhutan, Tibet, all these things. You can see the face. You can able to racial similarity between the Tibetan, Nepalese people and the Bhutanese people with the Chinese people. All these peoples were the Mongolites only, na. Can able to understand?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes,
clear, sir. Thank you, sir.
That is the thing. That's why China is now claiming Tibet is my part, because in the earlier part, the Tibet is a part of China. So give Tibet to me. That is what the China is claiming now.
Okay, sir. So in between, British occupied Tibet, sir.
Yes, British is responsible for all these things. After this Opium War, they got all these places for the strategic advantage. The Britishers.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Kishore. I think your audibility is some problem.
Now is it okay, sir? Now is it okay?
Yes. Now it is okay. Okay, Kishore.
Sir, can you just explain few points after the Monroe Doctrine? Because Monroe Doctrine in
Monroe
South
Doctrine,
America.
Yes, I can able to. Monroe Doctrine is nothing but United States of America feared that any European countries may come and occupy South America. If they occupy South America is at the foot of the United States of America. So the Europeans may colonize if they come and colonize the South America, it would be the danger for the United States of America. So what they did was to avoid Europeans to interfere in the Western Hemisphere. North America and South America is Western Hemisphere. What they told was, I will not interfere in the European affairs. Like that, you European people don't interfere in the Western Hemisphere affairs. All Western Hemisphere affairs issues would be solved by USA itself. So you don't interfere, I don't interfere. That was a policy what was taken by United States of America. We called that policy as a Monroe Doctrine. Can you able to understand it now?
Yeah, sir, I understand. That's all. With that point alone, the imperialism of or any other points also. No.
That is what we
with
call
the
it.
point Monroe Doctrine alone.
That Monroe Doctrine point alone?
No, sir. I will put it in another way. Is it the last point in America or after?
Kishore, still audio problem. I can't able to get your some voice is breaking.
No, sir. Now at least is it okay?
No. Still problem there.
Monroe Doctrine. Is there any Sir, after this,
ஒரு வேளை திருப்பி கனெக்ட் ஆகுறாப்ல என்னன்னு தெரியல.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening.
I'm sorry, sir.
And
I
also
actually have a
tell me.
Mangrove doctrine. You mentioned that US were not involved. US won't be involved in European affairs, as well as Europe should not get involved in US affairs, right?
Should not interfere in Western Hemisphere. Western Hemisphere
Western
means
Hemisphere.
just Western Hemisphere means North America, South America, Cuba, West Indies, all small island here and there present is considered to be as a Western Hemisphere. That is
So,
what I told you. Yes.
That doctrine only applies for the Western Hemisphere.
Yes, that doctrine apply only to the Western Hemisphere between US and Europeans and US. That's all.
Because the Philippines you mentioned Philippines were imperialized by USA, right? So I got that whether that is applicable for this side of Asia also.
No, that is not. USA imperialized Philippines for the purpose of resources only, nothing more than that is the only one area where USA had a imperialism in the case of the Southeast Asia. Nowhere else the United States of America have no other thing.
So that place was not targeted by British, hence the Monroe Doctrine was not violated.
Yes,
do you
yes,
mean by
it is only for the West Asia, not for the Asian part. Western Hemisphere. That is not for that did not falls under the Western Hemisphere. That's why they leave it.
Okay, sir. I have one more doubt.
Yes.
I actually texted the doubt. It was about trades between British and China. So over there, I mentioned was there not trade in northern part or near Arunachal Pradesh? Like you mentioned, it's only for sea route trades. Is it only for sea route trades or the territorial trades were also?
No, I am not mentioning. No, there was no any territorial trade between British and China. British and China had only the sea trade. That is from Bengal. All opium were traded to the China through the Canton port only. That is a sea trade only. No territorial trade.
So was there no territorial trade because of access issue or something else? Because there are Himalayan ranges over there, right?
No, that is not the area where they can have a trade because of the presence of Himalayas there in the Arunachal Pradesh area, and because of the weather condition and climatic condition there, they cannot able to have trade through that area. That is not possible. You are asking because you are keeping in mind about the silk route. That is you are having in your mind. You are asking that because we are having silk route, why can't they have trade in that way? That was your doubt.
Yeah, part of my doubt, sir.
Yeah, part of your doubt. No, silk route is beyond that. Silk route is beyond the Himalayan trade. That is the territorial part. You just type it as silk route and type it in the Google images.
Yeah.
You can get the route. That is it is beyond the stretch of the Himalayas. It is not comes very near to the Himalayas.
Sir, one more basic doubt actually. You mentioned Russia didn't get involved in trades, right? It only had trade relation with China. So other Europeans were competing for lands and other resources all around the world except for Russia. So did Russia have all the resources within their territory itself, or were they involved in any?
Russia have very limited resources. Russia had interest only in the Eastern Europe. Now we are having Poland. Now we are having the Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, and we are having Czechoslovakia. These areas were only interested by Russia. But Russia is not going to come to the focus till now. It is going to focus and come to the forefront only in the center stage only during the First World War. Because of all these problems, what you have asked, because you are having doubt, Germany, Italy, US, British, all were competing for resources and other things. But Russia is very silent. Why it is so silent? That is what your doubt. No.
Yes, sir. Whether did it have everything with in its territory, or that's my doubt, sir.
Yes,
actually.
that is what you are. Yes, I can be able to understand. Russia had limited resources only. Because of that only, the problem is going to come there in Russia. That problem is going to be created in the form of a revolution. That is what we are going to see, Russian revolution. In the Russian, while discussing the Russian revolution, I tell you what are the problems had Russia. Okay.
Okay, sir. And sir, how come Russia is like it's a big country, no, sir? Like, how come it's united in lots of centuries? Like, many continents are divided into small countries. Like, Russia is a big united country. Is there any basic
No,
thing?
there is no only geographical unity there in Russia, only geographical unity. But even if you take the geographical unity there in Russia, half of Russia is covered with snow only, because it falls under the, I think you know about Siberian,
Yes, sir.
Siberian climatic region. Half of Russia
Yes,
is
sir.
not able to habitable area, because it is covered only with snow. Nothing can be possible there. But geographical integrity is for Russia. That is the most important blessing for Russia.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, regarding the opium was exported from India by East India Company and sold illegally to China. Is it that, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir. And one more doubt. Regarding Indonesia, you said Dutch and British was in competition, but Dutch colonized. Why did British colonize?
Why did British not colonize?
Colonize Indonesia.
See, there was a stiff competition for Dutch, and during that period over the British. See, the British got feared over the Dutch in that stage during that point of time, because I told you the Dutch people have massacred many of the British people who were stayed there in the place called Amboyana. They called it as a Amboyana massacre, and because of that, British left the Indonesia and came to India, and they tried to, and they have concentrated over the colonizing the entire part of India instead of Indonesia, because Indonesia is a part of island. It is not a geographical integrity place. One geographical integrity means India is one such geographical integrity. It is a big land mass, but Indonesia is not a land mass. It is group of islands only. It is impossible for the British to keep watching over small islands here and there. But Dutch have concentrated the wealth there, and they have colonized the entire part of the group of islands over a period of time. So the Dutch have possible to colonize, British did not. That is why the reason there.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. என்ன இருக்காங்களா? முன்ன பேசினவர் அவரா? ஏன் பேச ஏன் ஒருவேளை சும்மா they are asking for the doubt, maybe they are watching for the doubt எல்லாம் அவங்க கேட்டுட்டு இருக்கலாம், ஒருவேளை இருக்கலாம். Okay, anyone having any doubt? Last call. 23 23219 இல்லையே இங்க எனக்கு எது அப்படி 23291. Sir, could you please tell me the book list? Yes. They are asking, one person is asking for a book list. The book list is not a list of book, only two things. If you are reading new NCERT themes of world history, the themes of world history book, that is a new NCERT that is available in the free download. You can type it in the Google and you can get it, the themes of world history. That is new NCERT. This is, if you read this book, that it is enough. If you want to read old NCERT, the story of civilization, the story of civilization by Arjun Dev, 10th standard old NCERT. That book is enough. That book is enough. So read either one of this NCERT. Don't read both the NCERT because repetition would be there. Either you read Themes of World History or you read The Story of Civilization, old NCERT. That is enough. These books are enough. I will tell you after First World War, what book to read. So far what we have discussed, read the book what I told you now. After First World War, I will tell you what book to read in the next class. Okay. Okay, I will ask from the academics department to send the mail IDs and also the book link to you. சிவப்பிரியா அவங்க எதுவும் இல்லையே.
Good evening, sir. Last ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சொன்னீங்கல்ல சார், டச் why they were successful in colonizing Indonesia. இப்போ லாஸ்ட் ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட் கேட்டாங்கல்ல சார், அது மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் திரும்ப சொல்லுங்க சார் ப்ளீஸ்.
இல்ல அது why என்னன்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, டச் have greater advantage. என்னன்னா, Indonesia is considered to be as a small island, but it was not possible for the British in that stage to colonize the entire small islands present in the Indonesia. And also British was in the growing stage, but Dutch have concentrated in a small place where spice was grown there, so they colonized it in the initial stage itself. So because of that only, in the competition British was defeated, British left Indonesia and they concentrated in India and they colonized India in the later part. British colonized India, later Dutch colonize the entire part of the Indonesia in the later part. That's all. அவ்வளவுதாங்க, வேற எதுவும் இல்ல அதுல.
Thank you sir. Thank you sir.
Okay. அவ்வளவுதானா?